Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Sounded so easy. Ooh. But I got lost and you found me so easily. But then the world said, please tread softly, don't leave scratches on my skin. Simple, its complexity, always begging me to let you in. I follow your silhouette, followed so easy. And round and round and round we went, yet to give in to me. And the answer is a mystery, spoken softly like a sacred sin. Time was empty, no reality, losing grip on what we had within. Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? I follow your silhouette, followed so easy. And round we went, yet to give in to me. And the answer is a mystery, spoken softly like a sacred sin. Time was empty, no reality, losing grip on what we had within. Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Sounded so easy. Ooh. But I got lost and you found me so easily. But then the world said, please tread softly, don't leave scratches on my skin. is a mystery, spoken softly like a sacred sin. Time was empty, no reality, losing grip on what we had within. Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? Can I fool you? I follow your silhouette, followed so easy. And round we went, yet to give in to me. Ooh. And the answer is a mystery, spoken softly like a sacred sin. Time was empty.
Hello, everybody. Hi. It's good to see you. It's, so yesterday. I'm so sorry. I truly set a schedule and stuck to it for one single day. That's okay. That's not gonna be the regular. I swear. I just slept really poorly, and Wednesday is like the one day a week where I have everything scheduled. That's the day I do all my stuff. So just the combo sort of ended up being like, hey, I got a nap, and then I napped for 9 hours. I posted on Twitter, I think, like, hey, guys, I'm definitely gonna stream today for sure. I just need to take a little nap first. And this was at like 8 p.m. and then I woke up at 4 a.m. and I was like, I think I missed my window. Oh my gosh. It's okay, it happens. Let's see who we got. I saw Curse in here earlier. If you're still hanging around, hello. Nix, congrats on the first. I think Potato has mentioned they were going to sleep, so I hope you are resting well wherever you are. Next, hello. Amy, hello. Cultist, hello. Bug, hello. It's good to see you. Pura, hello. We'll have a break coming up soon. I get to go home for. Oh, I'm excited for you, Bug. That's nice. Get a little time off. I'm getting a lot of time off next semester with my school is but it's not really on purpose. I've all of my for all my potion making classes, all that. They've always been online, and I finally run out of online classes, so I have to actually move to my school eventually to finish, which I cannot do right now. So we got to take a little one semester siesta. Managed to play Hades. Oh, I hope you liked it. I hope you had some fun. 6 a.m. for me. Woke up yesterday. 4:30, had an 8-hour shift and hadn't slept yet. Just CS2. Oh, Tozer, well, I'm so glad you were able to make it. I'm glad to have you here with us. Let's see. Someone too EP. Someone was too EP. Get a break and then have to turn in 4 essays. That's a lot of essays. There is one time I just straight up elected to fail a class because they wanted a 20-page paper for a midterm, and I was just like, I don't think I'm going to do that. It wasn't like anything. I didn't like need the credits. And I kind of had enough other stuff going on where I was like, I knew it would balance my GPA out okay, and I was like, this class is not worth a 20-page essay. I'm not going to do that. Let's see. No, only slept 20 minutes, but still gonna stream, pressing exit out. I'm known too well by the internet. Actually did. It was a struggle at first, but got the hang of it. Yeah, I mean, this is something I kind of always forget. But Hades does have quite a bit of grind. Like, in getting all of the darkness to unlock all your different, like, stat boosts, I guess is kind of a way to think about it. But, like, all that stuff you unlock with, like, darkness and unlocking and powering up all, like, the weapon aspects and everything. It's definitely a little bit of a grind. Yeah, I've thought about going back and playing one day from the start again, but I don't know, maybe we'll see. I'm not against it, but I do remember it being a grind. I felt that because why are most of the essays like 7 to 10 pages? Help, I have like 4 of them. That's disgusting. I'm so sorry for you, Bug. Doesn't do essay, refuse to elaborate, leave. That's literally what I did with that class. We literally got like halfway through the semester, and it was sort of one of those things where the teacher was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have some projects and or an essay, but don't worry about it. I'll tell you about it later. We'll figure that out once we get there." And then we get hot dropped into a 20-page essay, and I was like, "Oh, I'm done with this class. I just found out, actually." How are you doing? Well. I was having a time. Tycho just took me on a little bit of my buddy Tycho just took me on a little bit of a League of Legends training arc, a League of Lesson, if you will. And was teaching me just some of the terms and stuff, because tomorrow we're gonna be leaguing it up. I'm going to die. You guys, why is the I can't remember the term already. But the overlay for the game and everything, why is it so janky? It's so bad. I didn't realize it was so bad. It was I tried to join the game and it would finish a round, and then a window would close, and then I had to reset my Discord because it shifted back to a different window. It was bad. It's not good. It's a 13-year-old game. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't realize how old I didn't know how old League was. I thought League was 5 years old. No, it's old. I guess I just didn't hear about it as much when it was younger and fresher. Yeah, but I just learned that today and was very taken aback. And so part of me was like, okay, I get some things being a little bit janky and the menu and stuff for a game that is 14 years old and having to support 14 years of legacy code and all of that. Just from my minimal amount of programming experience, I'm I understand. But also, this is the #1 esports game in the world. You got the budget. You got the budget to support some spaghetti code. To even de-spaghettify it, if you will. It was an experience. It was fun though. I had fun playing, but I think that was just a matter of playing with Tycho. It was a good time. So look forward to that tomorrow, or don't, however you feel about League. But thank you for this stretch, much appreciated. De-spaghettify. The pasta lovers in the chat are punching the air. The Italians are after me. Ooh, Ooh, played your first D&D campaign ever. That's exciting. That's so fun. What kind of character are you playing? The net crack? I'm so sorry. It's a bad habit I have, and I always forget it's kind of gross. De-spaghettify black holes and enter the chat. That's a pretty good one. That's kind of a deep cut. Don't like League, but I love the same content. I'm conflicted. Aw, Curse, I'm so sorry. Okay, but I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, it felt nice though. It was good. Usually my my stretch redeems. We'll get at least an attempt at a net crack. Posture check. Amy, thank you very much. I'm a little crunchy to start, so we will stop with that. But no league today. No toxic league gaming today. Salem stream, let's go. Eludie, hello. Yeah, let's go. Good old D&D. Love that game. Yeah, me too, Xena. I'm a big D&D fan. I'm so excited for my next session. It's I'm excited for my next D&D session too, but I also play another tabletop called Worlds Without Number, and we're just at like a very exciting moment in that campaign, and we actually ended up bringing back a character. Our DM brought back a character from like a prequel sort of campaign that we did to this one, and that was really cool, getting to see like a former player character of one of the other party members got brought back as like this really important like religious figure in like the present. It was very neat. Changing ooh, exciting. I've never played a rogue, but they always seem very fun to play. Like so wait, according to Tycho, you're good during League?
So
No.
wait, according to Tico, you were doing good during League. You know how to legitimately speedrun a game, but you still say you're not a gamer? Lies, my friend, you have that gamer blood greater than 3.
I feel like with gaming, like being a gamer, I feel like, I don't know, there's just something about like, also I think Tycho was being nice and encouraging to try and fend off that League toxicity. But yeah, no, did you see? So let me finish one thought before I move to another. No, but like, I feel like, I don't know. There's just something about like calling yourself a gamer and also only playing like 3 games or like having any competency in like 3 games that I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like occasionally gaming and being a gamer are different things. I'm on my way. Maybe we're in a gamer arc. Did you see Brennan, Erica, Lou, and you have a podcast using the? Oh yeah, and Abria is in that one. Yeah. I really like World Beyond Number. World Beyond Numbers. Yeah. Unfortunately, I was kind of excited for that series because at first I thought they were going to be using the Worlds Without Number system, but they're using plain old D&D, which is still very fun. Don't get me wrong. I'm mostly caught up on that podcast. I think I've watched all of like what they consider like the first season. Yeah, very, very good. It's really good. Very, very excited for more. I need to catch up on it. Spider, hello. Glad you were able to make it. Love the vibe. Oh, thank you, Zena. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gamer also just feels like an outdated term. Yeah, it kind of does. Like, if somebody ever seriously described themselves as a gamer, I don't know that I would fault them for it, but it definitely is a choice. Oh, also, I just realized that the TTS was from Bits. So thank you, Nix. I appreciate the bits. Thank you. Shout out to the One Game Gamers. I get nauseous when I play for long. Oh, yeah. Any game that has like motion blur or screen shake a little bit, that makes me nauseous. I can't play. I got hard booted out by both Genshin Genshin and Doom Eternal the first times I played, because I was like, I got 20 minutes in and I hadn't realized that there was a motion blur, and then I got very sick. Yuru, hello. Technically I play a lot of games, but I like fixate on a few at a time. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. Like right now, Balatro still a little bit on. I could always go for a good Balatro run. And then Death Must Die is kind of my current brain rot, because it's been like, I think I've had it for a few days and I've played like 12 hours of it. But I think, speaking of Death Must Die, I think we're going to switch over to that, and we're just gonna do a few runs. This is gonna be a real casual stream tonight. I don't think we're gonna. I think we'll probably stick with Death Must Die for most of the night, because I'm itching for some wins. Let's see. Could try Dead Cells. Yeah. I've thought about it, but Dead Cells seems hard. I've heard it's hard. I don't know. I can deal with difficulty in some games, but something about like the type of difficulty that I see in like Risk of Rain kind of has this problem too, where like I watch it and I'm like, this looks hard, but not in the way that I am okay with a game being hard. I don't know how to explain it. All right, so let's go ahead and switch over. Stretch, thank you, Yuru. Much appreciated. Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, once again, I am up far too close. Challenging but not rewarding. Maybe that could be it. It's not. I don't know though. I've also. Why did I disappeared? I was banished from my own OBS. Where did I go? Hello? There we are. All right. Sent the Shadow Realm for real. Yeah. Very much so. I don't know what happened there. All right. Average roughly 200 plus hours every time a Pokemon game comes out. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. I'm still a little bit big. Let me be smaller. There we go. I think that's okay. Okay. And as always, please let me know if the audio needs any fixing or adjusting or anything, and I will do my best. It's very loud for me. But that's because my headphones were blasted. There we go. All right. So I have played quite a bit since what was it? Tuesday? Yeah, it must have been Tuesday. Which was, I think, the first time I had really. Yeah, I think that was the first time I had played it. I maybe did one round off screen beforehand, but I can't remember. But I've, like I said, played for about 12 hours at this point. So there's like a stash of like a chest that you can store all your equipment in. There's some different characters. You can give different characters different like sigils that give them different effects. There's a like difficulty, sort of like a heat system, because I have to compare everything to Hades to make sense of it in my brain. We got a bookshelf. We got a Dracula's wing. Oh yeah. Okay, and then we got achievements. But I'm not gonna get too much into any of that. We're just gonna go. Let's see. I think I'll probably just kind of cycle through characters so it doesn't... I'm not... Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll start with a knight. I still need to get him some better equipment. I still have some like common equipment, some things missing from him, but we'll see how it goes. I actually feel that when I play a game too much, I have a habit of starting to compare real life things to it. Yeah, I think my problem is just like I said, because I played so much Hades and so little of anything else, it really became like my basis for comparison for everything. Like literally even with League earlier. Do I want... I don't know if I really want the God of Lightning. Oh, that's a reroll, not a... Okay, it doesn't change it to a different god. It improved the rarity at least. Oh, chain lightning. But yeah, so there was something with League even where Tycho said something to me earlier, and I was like, oh, like this thing in Hades. And I was like, God, you have to stop talking about Hades one day. Not every game has to be like Hades.
I favor your persistence, mortal.
Salem brain, right? Yeah. This is kind of it for me right now. I'm very... This is like one of those games where like I feel like this is just like really kind of with roguelikes in general, you sort of have to like have a certain mentality for them, I guess. Just because like you have to be okay with losing a lot, because that's kind of just the point of the game. It's not like, you know, in other games where you're like, oh, I really don't want to die. I want to be really careful to never die. And roguelikes, you kind of have to like get into like experimenting with different abilities and trying different things and dying a lot to learn out how to not die. And I've just realized that my brain is very wired well for roguelikes. Because I really just enjoy that experience of like just having, especially I think just for playing roguelikes, I think it's nice because you can just sort of like sit down, go for a run, 20, 30 minutes, whatever, and then like that's it. There's no obligation. Whereas I feel like a lot of games, like,
Why I'm doing this?
there's no
Do we need a
hard
reason to set
point of being like, okay, like now you've done something and now you're done. Like there's always more to do in most games, whereas with roguelikes it's sort of like you have an ending point, and that is either you beat the run or you die. And my brain enjoys that. My brain enjoys having goals and knowing where and when I will be starting and stopping certain things. But consider why play League when you can play Hades. I've played 700 hours of Hades. I have to play another game eventually. The day that you stop comparing things to Hades, the day Hades 2 comes out. I hate how correct that is. Literally the one Tumblr meme. Person who's only played Hades, getting a lot of Hades vibes from this new game. Yeah. It's not my fault every game is based off Hades. That's too real cultist. Dead Cells isn't hard from the beginning, though it might feel like it. The highest difficulty peaks are on the 3rd and 5th difficulty. Gotcha. I honestly, I don't know a lot about Dead Cells. I've seen people play a little bit, but not enough to understand much of it. Maybe I should give it a better look one of these days. With my farm simulator games. I compared it to Yu-Gi-Oh! And my friend who was trying to teach it to me was flabbergasted. Since when did you have little ears? Oh, Mint, I've had also, which by the way, hello, Mint. It's good to see you. But I've always had some little ears, but sometimes they're just hidden away. But I've been going catboy mode a little more often now. If you saw my hours on RuneScape, you think 700 is nothing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sure. But I think that's like the difference with like. It's very different to play 700 hours of like a single player game versus like an online game. Like 700 hours in like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy Online, or like Final Fantasy 14, like League of Legends, like things like that. I don't know. It just, to me, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels different. Having 700 hours in like those games, because those are like sort of online games. I need to pick something and get out of this menu. But those are sort of like games where, you know, you're playing with friends. They're almost sort of intended to be time sinks in a way. Whereas like something like I would argue even like playing like a single player roguelike is a little different from playing like games like I think I just saw somebody mention, sorry, my chat is very small on my screen, so I can only see a few messages at a time. But like Skyrim, yeah, like don't be wrong, 7,000 hours in Skyrim, that's a lot. I'm not necessarily comparing to that amount. That is dedication. It does feel like it fits though with what I've heard of Skyrim before. But I feel like in a roguelike, there is not that much to do. In most roguelikes, it's sort of like you have your one loop of like 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay, and then that's it. So you sort of end up with it kind of is like a conversation about like breadth versus depth, I think, where like there's a lot more to learn in like open world games, like, you know, stuff that has like a lot of places to go, a lot of places to see, a lot of NPCs to meet, that kind of thing. And so you're learning a lot, but by that nature, you just sort of don't learn the game quite as deeply as fast. Whereas with a roguelike, there's not as much to learn. So it is like, it does feel like it's a little harder to sink as many hours into it. I think a lot of people like kind of get burnt out on roguelikes much faster than they would like a normal like story game or something like Skyrim or something, where with roguelikes, it's like once you've played 700 hours, you haven't learned a ton, but you've learned it all very deeply. So it's just sort of a very different experience, I think. I think just by nature of them, roguelikes tend to have less, probably have less total time, like, playable. I think people just sort of by nature of them probably get tired of them a little bit faster. But I mean, that makes sense. I mean, you can only play essentially the same gameplay loop so many times. And especially with, not all roguelikes, but definitely something like Hades, I think, and I think maybe this game to an extent. It sort of feels like once you've learned the game enough, you sort of, you almost get to a point where you're sort of guaranteed winning. Like, hold on, I have to focus here for a moment. Yeah, we gotta go with the master upgrade, right? But yeah, like, it just sort of feels like different, not necessarily in like a better or worse way or anything like that, but it's just interesting comparing the experiences of playing like games like, you know, games like this, games like Hades, games like Vampire Survivors, like, which I think roguelikes and survivor-like games, or bullet heavens, whatever you want to call them, they're sort of in the same category. They're related. Maybe not the same category. but they're close, you know. Like something like this is closer to Hades than something like, you know, Sky, like just kind of going back to that same example, like Skyrim or something, you know. Onyx, hello, no worries. Glad you were able to stop by. Glad you get to say hello at least. Roguelikes are fun because you can do different build tactics and try and make them happen, plus patches, reworks, stuff you've already done. Yeah. Big agree on that. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I was going to start saying that I think Hades is kind of the exception to a lot of roguelikes, and being that it's one that doesn't get patches or balance changes or anything like that, or updates really. It's not like a bad thing or anything. It's already got so much to it. But I was going to say that it sort of felt like the odd man out for that. But the more I think about it, I think roguelikes, outside of like MOBAs and like FPS games, like esports type games that sort of have to keep things fresh and everything, I think that what do I want? I kind of don't want. This one's bad. I don't want that either. No, I meant to banish that. I didn't want to choose it. But yeah, it sort of feels like those sorts of games have to constantly be having new content to keep things fresh. And I think roguelikes kind of do a little bit to a certain extent, but I think it's kind of a toss-up with roguelikes whether they end up having like DLC or updates or balance changes like that. Some of them do, some of them don't. Having Hades being a completed product in an anomaly of the best old school way. Yeah. I think maybe the tides have shifted over time, where it's maybe not so much that way anymore as it used to be, but I could be wrong on that. As I said, not a gamer, so get back here. But yeah, and I think just in general with roguelikes too, oh, my inventory is full. Hold on. Drop some of this common stuff. Get it out of my sight. There we go. But yeah, like I really enjoy the aspect of this game in Hades. This is like something that I feel like some roguelikes tend to miss, where I think a lot of the success of these games come from like the fact that there's a lot of experimentation that you can do. Like a lot of the abilities sort of have things that subtly affect other abilities. You can make a build, you know? You can put together puzzle pieces that feel like they make a cohesive picture in a build, you know? Whereas I think a lot of roguelikes kind of will have random abilities and power-ups and stuff you can get, and there's not really like synergies or things like that. And I think for me at least, that's a big part of the enjoyment of roguelikes. So it's really nice to see something like this that does have sort of some of these like synergistic components with like the blessings that you can choose. Ooh, we got a shrine. I wonder if alterations are worth it at this point. Because I think with... I could be wrong, but from what I saw people saying online, I think you can only really see 3 of the gods in this game. And then there's like one extra that you can see like every run, which is the Fates. I don't know how true that is, but it seems plausible. Because I feel like after a certain point, I stopped seeing other gods. So I think alterations doesn't make much sense. So maybe some banishes I think might be good. Oh, sorry, I see a message I want to read real quick. Meta changes are most fun because weapons that weren't good may be most meta in the next patch, and whole tactic changes. Immensely focus on knowing things. Yeah, Hades is definitely there is definitely a mechanical skill that I think that's important for it too, for sure. But I think any game is going to have some degree, at least any like action roguelike kind of game is going to have some mechanical skill necessary. But I think Hades is definitely more it's more knowledge gated than it is skill gated. And I think this kind of is proven by the person who I like learned all of what I know about Hades from, like the streamer that I watched and everything, and how I learned about most of my games, frankly, literally just did a blindfolded Hades run the other day. And like I said, I've played for 700 hours. I've watched a lot. Like I got into speed running it for a little while. And there was stuff that he was saying during his blindfolded run, like mechanics that he was talking about, like how he knew how to do certain things, because he beat the game. He beat Hades blindfolded. And there was like stuff he was saying that I had no idea. I had no clue. And so it's just like, and that's just kind of a testament to like how well made I think Hades is just that there is so much to know. Or so much that you can know to learn to help you. You don't necessarily have to. You definitely can just luck into a good build. But if there's certain things you know, Hades becomes a very winnable game. On the other hand, games that do get patches when they don't fully need them, like Terraria, Stardew Valley, Fear and Hunger, genuine passion projects. Yeah, I could see that. You'd enjoy Dead Cells then. The synergies are crazy in Binding of Isaac. Yeah, I think it's a matter of balancing like complexity with having some strategizing available, but not being too overwhelming. I think for me, I don't know. Maybe I'll check Dead Cells out some more. I think I need to give it another chance. Binding of Isaac, the idea of Binding of Isaac is lovely, but I don't like. I'm not a toilet humor person. I don't like all the sort of like gross out stuff that's in it. I've tried watching it. I can enjoy watching somebody else play it, but I have no drive to try it for myself personally. I've played Hades a bit, but I have the silly problem of I need to listen to music, but I also want to listen to the voice acting and stuff, and I can't do both. Yeah. Luckily, for me at least, I am just a little single-minded person, and so I truly cannot listen to anything else while playing a game. There are, I think, very few games where I am able to like do anything or talk to people while playing. And that's kind of why I never really got so much into like, what would you call it? Like community style games, or like games where people like connect with each other, you know, like online games and stuff. I just never really got into because, like, and I mean stuff like that has like where people like chat with their friends while they're playing and stuff like that, because I have a very hard time doing that, like talking and playing games. Like you'll notice when I get in the menus here, I start talking a lot and then I just don't pick anything for a while because I'm too busy talking to play the game. Like I can't multitask well, which is truly something I need to improve. That is for sure a rather important part of streaming. I don't really want to banish anything from summer. I kind of like all the fire stuff. I think spell damage increases fire. Could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, there's even stuff like in Hades where, just like sort of knowing what types of attacks work best on what types of weapons. I think Hades knowledge can seem a little more daunting than it is when you hear people talking about it, just because it's like, oh, this specific weapon on this aspect is the one to play, and You have to use it with boons that give you percentage-based attacks, and but it's honestly kind of, there's a lot of stuff like that makes sense, and it just kind of becomes intuitive. Like the longer you play, like when you have like weapons that do like big chunky attacks that are a little slower, having like a big high percentage boon on that, great. Like a slow attack with a lot of damage, like a high percentage attack boon, great. But something like Zeus that is necessary, that is kind of more about, that gives you more damage the more times you attack, but doesn't scale with like weapon damage, because some weapons in Hades innately do more damage than others. So like having something that's kind of weak but like attacks fast, like the attack on the rail, is so good for like things that create effects, like Zeus, like Dionysus, but like something that hits really hard but hits very slow, those are very bad on. So it's sort of like there's an intuitiveness to it, I think. What do I want here? I can never remember if shurikens do well or not. I always kind of forget to look at the DPS chart at the end. I'm not used to games having a DPS chart, which I think is actually something a lot of people do like for roguelikes, it seems, but I think most of the ones that I've played just haven't happened to have one. Whoa, he got sent flying across the screen. I think that might have been a glitch, because that seemed like it was too fast for them running, and my knockback is not that much. For me, when it comes to whether or not I can chat, if it's a game I've already played a lot and can switch attention because I know what to expect, have a full conversation. To some degree, I'm like that, but like, still, even with something like, apparently this is the Hades conversation night. Even with something like Hades, I have a hard time talking and playing at the same time still. Danny, hello! Thank you for the raid! Full steam ahead. Danny Bot Raid, welcome in! Thank you. Hello, hello. How's your stream? It's good to have you here with us. Wolfman and... Oh, my screen already is bumping off chat messages. Toon and Wolfman. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? We're just playing some having a makeup night because I did not stream last night when I was supposed to. So we're just kind of having a chill night playing some Death Must Die, a new indie roguelike that just came out into early access a few days ago. But hello everybody, my name is Salem. I am an ASMR artist over on YouTube who just recently actually started making ASMR again. Mostly do ASMR, kind of chill games, indie games, roguelikes, stuff like that. Welcome in, lovely to have you, and hope you get comfy. Hate to raid and leave, but been up since 5 a.m. Oh my gosh, no, please go get some rest. I know how much streaming can take it out of you too, so please go hydrate, snack, sleep, get some sleep, do whatever you gotta do. Thank you for the raid though. New Carnival requires a surprisingly large amount of intuition and know-how. Yeah, Nutmeg, you're very correct on that, to be honest. Oh, Stretch Tozer, thank you very much. Yeah. Huh. Thank you. Yeah, New Carnival really was a game that required more strategy than I was expecting it to, but it really was kind of a nice surprise, because I think like a lot of people, kind of in all fairness, like expected sort of a not the most fleshed out game, people were kind of like, okay, this is a mobile BL gacha game that it's that's what it is. So nobody really expected like a challenging gaming experience. And it really is kind of challenging. It could be pretty hard. You really have to strategize and sort of like allocate your resources to where you want them and build like a team that has like some not necessarily synergy with each other, but each challenge in the game sort of has its own requirements. And you have to have like flexibility in your team for being able to make a new team every time that suits the individual challenges of like some of like the later levels and like the sorcerer's trials and stuff. It's quite good, to be honest. I know some people who stopped playing because they were kind of like, yeah, I just thought this was going to be like a BL gacha, and now I'm fighting for my life. And so I suppose for some people, not quite what they wanted. But for me, I thought it was a really nice surprise, to be honest. Quit playing because it got stale. Yeah, I did the same thing next. I kind of like, I had played for a while, but I sort of like, once I had enough characters where I was able to like beat all of the challenges easily and I definitely got on that grind set for New Carnival, and I just kind of burnt out on it eventually too. I still like seeing it a lot. I don't know that I'll ever go back and play more of it, but I really enjoyed it in my time while I was playing. Maybe I'll just go try and find some shrines or something. Igor, nice surprise. Yeah. I thought it was going to be kind of a simple game without necessarily too much longevity, but I played it for much longer than I thought I was going to. Gotta go to sleep. Oh, Reg, please Sreg rather. Please rest well. I will do my best to send you some good dreams. I hope you get some sleep, and see you next time. What do I want to do here? Armor is probably the smart choice, but attack damage is the fun choice. Oop. To be taking hits. There is sort of the one problem that I sort of have noticed, not necessarily a problem perhaps, but just something I'm not super keen on with this game is it's a very small thing, but there's a god that provides you some like automatic healing essentially, and like like you regenerate like healing over time. And she has like boons that make it so like your next hit every 15 or 20 seconds like don't really use some of my godly aid. But they like very sort of Athena-esque boons in like her protective blessings. And it sort of feels like if you don't get her, you're in for a much rougher time. Because there is like, I'm getting some healing right here, but in general, healing in this game is rather skimpy. I think there are like equipment pieces and stuff that you can get that provide you with extra healing. And maybe that'll change once I get a wider breadth of equipment, but as it stands right now, healing can be a little bit difficult. These like archers are kind of coming for my number. I would love to get the legendary from somebody. Deal damage to enemy barriers. get rid of that one. I never take that one. I don't know. Maybe I should try it. I feel like with these sorts of games, you should kind of try everything before you start making decisions. Because there are some things that I've tried here that really surprised me, either how good they were or how bad they were when I thought they were going to be good. But there's just some stuff I'm like, yeah. But now I know some of the fun stuff. Now I just want to try the fun stuff. Chains of War, I think. Of course, I say this game gives you, like, not much healing, and then immediately I start getting a bunch of healing. Trying to make a liar out of me. Also, I think my familiar wants in. Let me go let Binks in real quick. I hear him meowing. Oh, all right. There we go. The boy's with us. Looks like he's ready to take a nice snooze. Oh my gosh, I remember the first couple times, like, that I got to these, like, mob portions. Oh, yes? Can I help you? But yeah, the first couple times I got to these mob portions, it's like, you know, it's sort of that thing with like a new game where you're like, literally, how does anybody beat this? I am certainly being helped here quite a bit by the knockback on my blades, though. Posture check and stretch. Amy, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Thank you. What do I have do I have anything that's really on cooldowns? Chains of War is a cooldown. That's a chance. Chains of War is pretty good. I think it generally does pretty well on the DPS chart at the end. So we'll upgrade the cooldown on that. Maybe try and get a little bit more Chains of War. I am starting to die. I don't love this god combination that I have for this run, if I'm being entirely honest. It's not bad, it's not maybe the strongest combo of what I would have gone for, but that's the whole point of these games, I guess, is all the chance, you know? Ah! Just trying to let that fire do him in, I guess.
Enough talk.
I don't think I've ever gotten his legendary. I want to see what it is. Maybe throw out a couple of rerolls. Knockback effects more potent. I think that actually is I think that is pretty good. Because Rupture does a lot more damage per knockback. So we'll try it out. We'll see how it does. I am on death's door.
Your heart.
I would very much like her. I would like her like Trail of Fire blessing, but I'm not getting it. Meteor shower, I guess, is alright. Oh no, this man is absolutely going to demolish me. I am not ready for this boss fight right now. Nope, I knew that was gonna happen. If I have the right build, he's not bad. The Necromancer isn't terrible, but that was not the build for it. Let's see. There are like cute little conversations with the characters. Like, okay, this one's a little more lore heavy, but like, this one down, like her, they use like a lot of little like emojis, like little like text emoticons and stuff with the characters, and it's like, how do I put this? It's like, I've seen a lot of people who are like, oh, it's cringe. It's cringe. Don't do that. Like, take that out of the game. The thing is, I agree a little bit. It is a little cringecore, but in a very cute way. It's charming. It gives some personality to the game, and I really like that. But some people don't want to have fun. Gonna head to sleep, but I hope you all have a good time. Oh, thank you, Bug. I appreciate it. It was nice to get to say hello. I hope you rest well. The juxtaposition with the gods being like, cause destruction and follow your heart. Yeah. It do be a little different. Who do we want to go to next? I haven't played with Nixie much. I think maybe we'll try her. I don't have like any achievements for her or anything. Yeah, like her conversation is always just like like all lowercase, like very stern sounding punctuation, all that. Oh, her equipment is still not great. Oh, her equipment is, yeah, I really haven't played with her, dang. Her equipment is kind of bad. It's quite bad, actually. Okay, let's see. So this is assassin only. Spell speeds, way more evasion, more armor too. We'll equip that. Let's see. Get her an amulet. 43% spell damage is crazy. That's a lot. Yeah, we'll go with this one, I suppose. Or actually, yeah, we'll equip that. I do wish you could sort the equipment by like category or rarity, or even like I just joined the Discord for this game earlier because it's still in early access, so they're like looking for feedback and stuff like that. And I definitely have don't get me wrong, like I don't mean this in a way of like oh, they have a lot to fix. I don't mean anything like that, but I definitely do have some things that I'm like, I gotta drop this in the Discord because I got thoughts, you know? I be thinking. Homestuck gods, kinda. More new skill offers might equate to getting the legendaries a little easier. So we'll try that, maybe. We'll see how that works. I could be wrong. Spell critical, experience gain. Experience gain seems good. Oh, I think I just put two... I just tried to put 2 jewels on her, and now they're both bound to her. That's one thing that I'm not super in love with this game with yet, is like there's a binding system with the equipment, so you can only put like weapons on one character. Like once you've put or like weapons or equipment, once you've put something on one character, you can't put it on another character after that. And I have thoughts about that. Personally. These are... Yeah, I already have these on her. This is the only shirt that I think can go on her right now, so... Oh, this is a way better ring. So we'll switch to that. And then I'm missing gloves and like a relic kind of item. So I guess we'll just throw, what is that, 4 armor and shard pull? 4 armor and shard pull. All right, so it doesn't really matter. We'll throw those on her. There we go. It just occurred to me why the art style of this game is so appealing. It actually reminds me so much of older Diablo games. Yeah, I've heard some... I feel like I heard a couple Diablo comparisons. I don't know anything about Diablo, though, so... What do we got over here? I've never seen this. Pop.
Need a light.
Okay. Do we want Summer this time? I think Summer is one of the gods that's kind of good on everybody to some degree. I think all of the gods kind of work on every character, but at least I don't always want all of the gods. Summer is one I think I'm always kind of okay with. I think so. We'll save my alteration for if we get somebody we really don't want. Yeah, I guess burning attack is all right. No, we just kind of did that, but maybe after this one, maybe we'll do like a more summoner-oriented run.
Do not let emotions cloud your judgment.
See, now this is who you want to see. This is who gives you the healing. Except she didn't give me the healing this time, so we're gonna re-roll. There we go, an expert skill. Love this. Yeah, you regenerate life every second is very helpful. Restoring more life from heals, like plus 37% sounds like a lot, but I just don't know what that affects. Like if you have like inner peace and you get like life regeneration, I think regen and heals are different things, but I don't know for sure. That's sort of one of those things where I don't really have any clear way of finding out about it. But with life regen, it kind of just is a little bit necessary. Whereas like the percentage to heals, it sounds good, but you just don't see like healing like fountains or wells or whatever they call them in this game very often. So I don't know how worth it is. Because I think also if you have a build that requires a lot of healing, then I think maybe you're not going to be super suited for the end game anyway. But like the life regen definitely helps you get through like the earlier stages and some of the stuff like the slime hordes and stuff. I think we'll just power up the attack here for now. Yeah, they do give you a lot of like granularity in this game though, like with like your stats and stuff. Like it is a little bit overwhelming, I think, with the equipment, all like having all of these different like 9.6% spell velocity or what, you know, like that kind of stuff. Some of it is a little bit nitty gritty, but I do know some people really like that, so I don't think that that's necessarily like a fault. It's just sort of like one of those things that sort of just determines who this game is for, you know, like what the audience is for it. Local, hello, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night, and thank you for spending some time with us. Welcome to the Coven. Hello. Maybe we'll upgrade the life regen. Sure. I think to some degree, VIP, hello, welcome in as well. Welcome to the coven. Mwah. Thank you. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course. Oh, I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, I think to some degree, like there are some things like that are in games that how do you put this? They don't necessarily determine whether the game is good or bad. Like
over my sister's fleeting warmth. Can't you recognize the crystalline elegance and charm of winter?
So I was letting her talk. But yeah, but I feel like there are certain things like with like all of the stats and kind of the complicated item system and stuff. Not complicated maybe, but in depth. Feels like they kind of determine who a game is for, who like the audience is, rather than necessarily being things that are good or bad. I think there's some like nuanced stuff like that in games. Some AoE might be nice since we are very close combat. I would love to get this Trail of Frost eventually. When you get like the blessings that like stack fire and frost in this game. Oh, baby boy wants out. Let me go let him out real quick. Be right back. Oh, his feeder might have just gone off. That's probably why. But yeah, I think that's always sort of an interesting thing to analyze with games, is sort of like things that aren't necessarily bad, but things that just sort of like determine what audience a game has. Can be quite interesting, I think. I don't really want to sink too many levels into this. It's kind of not necessary. Reprisal is bad. Maybe a divine shield. Oh my gosh, I just noticed like how low this character's like starting health is too. Might just be because of something. I might just not have any extra life equipment on her or anything like that. But I think the other characters, the one I was just playing, started at like 70 something. So in the 40s feels like quite the drop. In Hades, can you grind XP? But is there a way you don't want to grind? Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So are you looking for like the kind of like the most efficient ways to grind things like darkness and keys and stuff for unlocking things? For darkness, if that's feel free to let me know if you're something like that. Okay, yeah. So probably the best way to like farm darkness is just kind of making sure you're using whatever weapon is giving you the most darkness at any given time. Like I can't remember how exactly it's noted, but like between like all of the weapons that you have unlocked, there will always be one. I think it has like a little darkness symbol floating above it every time before you start a run, and when you use those, that'll give you extra like bonus darkness. You sort of get like a boost. That's really important. There is a shop, like a broker. I can't remember what it's called. It's called the something broker or something. There is a shop that you can unlock at some point in the like the little area that I think in the game, like it starts out in like the House of Hades that's closed, but there's like a little kitchen and like sitting area. I think you can maybe go in. I can't remember for sure, but there's like a little shop in there that you can trade items for and stuff, and that can be really helpful. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, there's not really any one specific thing that's like, there's not really a wrong way to grind. Honestly, my advice would just be like, play it however is most fun for you. Because I think the difference between like a really optimized grind and a playthrough where you're just sort of having fun and unlocking everything, I don't think they look that different, to be honest. Yeah, it's really a game where there's not really necessarily, there's a grind, but there's not necessarily a strategy behind it. The grind is just playing a lot to some degree. Since these are all kind of slower enemies, I think I'm gonna go hunt for shrines real quick. Video should be out around noon. Indeed, yeah, new video will be coming out tomorrow at noon on my YouTube. So I hope you guys enjoy. It's been a while. Definitely tried some new things with it. I hope you guys enjoy, but if not, they won't be the same for every video, so So I think this is my understanding so far. I think because you can actually upgrade, whereas like in Hades, you can upgrade your rarity, but it's not a normal thing. But like you can mostly only level stuff. But in this game, you can either upgrade rarity or level stuff. And they're both like normal offerings. And I think they sort of improve different things. And upgrading the rarity, I think, makes the scaling better. So I think we'll upgrade Divine Shield here. We're an assassin, so I feel like attack crit chance makes sense. See if I can find one more shrine real quick before we start getting our little slime buddies. Wait, oh, it's not a... There we go. I was like, where the heck are you? Oh, I don't like any of these. Oh, no! All skills offered are novice. I wonder if that, like, locks me out of getting any sort of, like, legendary or anything. That's not ideal. But 111% more experience. So this is kind of a question of where rarity matters, how much does it matter versus getting a lot of levels or getting a lot of different blessings. Huh. Maybe you will try it just to learn a little bit about that. But now, note to self, Withering Tree, maybe don't pick up that one. And I don't want to lose all luck, because I think that, is this the one where I got, yeah, because this is the run where I got 15% luck. I don't want to lose that. And I'm not really using anything with spell projectiles. So... it's not very helpful for me, if I'm being entirely honest. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the new audio, Nix. Thank you. I appreciate it. More armor could be pretty good. I don't know what, like, I don't know what kind of prerequisites, like, stuff like the legendaries from different characters have, so I'm not exactly sure how to get them. I would love to know. That is the funny thing about like coming to a new game like this, where especially where this is like not a game that's, you know, it's still early access and it only just recently came into that. So whereas like with Hades, like you can find out all like the little nitty gritty things about the mechanics and everything, how the game works, from just by watching a lot of like YouTube videos and playthroughs and stuff and hearing people talk about it. But like this game doesn't have that. We're all just kind of guessing. We all just be out here doing our best. Oh, stop hitting me, please. I don't really know exactly what armor does. I'm assuming it's some sort of damage mitigation, but I don't know what the calculation looks like. Consecration is also very bad. I've taken that a couple times. It always does very poorly. I guess we'll go more armor. Oh, I got stuck on something. If I remember correctly, though, from the legendaries that I have gotten, they were quite fun. Kill a frozen or chill immune enemy. A trail of frost. I don't know why, but there's something about leaving like the trail of frost and fire at the same time that I really just kind of enjoy. It's thematic. It's fun. Just now piecing together from Winter's last dialogue that her and Summer are sisters. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I keep mashing through the dialogue. I'm so sorry. If you attack, you breathe fire, dash through a path of fire, meteors. Since we're pretty close range, I think breath of fire makes sense. Coming for this guy's number here. There we go. Can't go wrong with a fire and ice combo, baby! Absolutely. Okay, I think now we go for some more shrines. We're not getting a ton of enemies right now. That withered tree did not kind of did me a little dirty, but like the sacred well, I think, yeah, like those heal. I was at full health, so I don't know exactly how much they heal, but like I don't see those very often. They're not common. Immobilized enemies take more damage. I don't think that one shows up on like the I always want to say FPS, but the DPS chart. But it seems like one that should be pretty good. I mean, with ice and everything, like 60% extra damage is quite a bit. Ooh, evaded. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. We're gaming. Audio uploaded on Patreon. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. I was a little nervous about it after not having made any audio since so long. Get some alteration dice, I suppose. Evasion might be the better choice here. I don't think it's a huge deal though. Oh, I thought I died. Oh my gosh, I got stuck for a second. I was like, wait, how did my health get that low? But yeah, I have not. It's like I said, it's been a while since I've made one, so I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm happy people seem to be receiving it well. Yeah, I think just lowering that cooldown on that one is probably the way to go. Yeah, it's sort of it's almost got a little bit of like a kind of like a story or like a guided meditation or guided visualization kind of vibe to it, which is kind of what I wanted to try out. Just because like sometimes with making ASMR videos, the whole shtick of like, maybe not shtick, that's not the right word, but like the whole structure of them can be a bit limiting sometimes with the fact that like, you know, you can really only, your description for the senses can be quite limited because you kind of have to put everything in something that is designate.
Okay, I guess you
let
need
me
to
wait
cool
for her
off
to
from
talk.
time to time. Can't be searing hot like me all the time.
There we go. But yeah, like with traditional like VASMR kind of stuff, you know, it's generally a conversation is sort of the structure of it. There's the obviously the explicit conversing from the speaker, and then there is the implied responses of the listener. And I just wanted to try sort of more of that guided visualization format, just because you can sort of talk about like, you know, if you want to describe the way something smells, like you're in like a I don't know, like you're one thing that a sneak preview for the new audios. I think there's one point where I'm describing a scene that the listener is in, and it's sort of like the like stormy, like there's like a sort of a summer storm coming on, and so like, you know, like describing like the smell of rain, or like, you know, like petrichor and ozone, like the smell of a storm, those kinds of things. It's kind of hard to bring that up without having a character being like, wow, it sure does smell like a storm is coming, doesn't it? You sort of have to be a little more obtuse sometimes with sensory descriptions in conversation. And being able to not have to do that and being able to describe a little bit more of what things feel like and what the senses are receiving, rather than just focusing on the one like sense of hearing, where the only input is conversation. Obviously it's all being heard, but being able to describe what's in those other senses is kind of nice. It gives you a little bit more freedom. Okay, I think maybe now we go hunt down some shrines again. Or maybe not. Tell myself to be patient. I'm both excited for the Patreon. Yeah. It's only a little bit. We got some time. It's only what? 12 hours from now, I think? Yeah, it'll be out in about 12 hours from now. It's so close. What do I want? Do I want to attack faster? Dashes become longer. I don't think life increase. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe that one does kind of make sense. I'm kind of talking myself into it because we do have very low life. And it's fine, we can recover, but if we take a couple big hits in succession, that does get bad quickly. I've convinced myself. We'll take the extra life. I was gonna kind of poo-poo on it a little bit at first, and then I was like, actually, I have 48 health, so. And this is, I sort of still haven't figured out like the balance of like, do I want to level up boons or blessings rather? Do I want to level them up or do I just want more blessings? I kind of don't know what's better yet. There we go. Glad I signed up because I wanted to be sub on Patreon for a long time. Oh, I'm glad to have you there. Aw, Tozer, thank you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the support. Mwah. Thank you. Cooldown. Oh yeah, we'll reduce the cooldown on that. This is pretty kind of a tanky build right now, I think. We could take some hits. Not very many, but we could take some. Oh, was Binks meowing again? I didn't hear it. It was got my headphones and was talking too much. Withering tree? Absolutely not. Get away from me. Is this the same run? Did we find 2 withering trees? Maybe more. Wait, but maybe more experience. Maybe more. Yeah, because I'm getting 111% more experience right now. Can I get another 111% more experience? They'll let me get it twice? And I didn't lose anything, and now I get 222 more experience? That's insane. Okay, so now we know if you visit a withering tree, visit all of the withering trees. We've learned something. I'm gonna go let my boy in real quick. I'll be right back. Attacks have a chance to deal 300% damage. I wish I could see what my stats are on this screen because I don't know what my crit chance is right now. Life is increased. I think I'll maybe double down on that. I want to go with pickup drop chance, but I don't know what counts as pickups. I don't know if experience counts as pickups, or if pickups are more like the hearts and certain things that drop like that. Binks, you immediately are going for the place that you're not supposed to be. You can't be over there. There we go. Yeah, but I don't know if experience, like if pickup drop chance gives you 100% more chance of an enemy dropping experience, that's great. I love that. But if not, then I don't think it's very good. That's sort of the problem, is I don't know. Well, you want out again already? Well, what do you want? He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know. Do crit stuff if you just simply choose to get the crits. It's basically 100%. Yeah. Just decide to crit. I don't know. I think with 100% pickup drop chance, if it does affect experience shard drops, then I think it's worth it to chance it with 222% more experience. Of course, this is the one time that I'm playing a character that doesn't get any sort of like... There's some bonuses that you can get that are like, for every 3 levels, increases your attack damage by 14% or whatever, stuff like that. Of course, I don't have anything that scales with my levels right now. Kind of bad timing for these dang trees. But it's okay. It's working out. The casual 30-second visit from Binks. That is absolutely just normal Binks behavior. My guy just wants to pop in and say hello. Spell damage increase. Meteor fall from the sky. Oh, please give me a legendary. I just want a legendary. I think at novice, I'm just going to banish the spell damage one. I think right here, it's just not impactful enough. And then I'm going to roll once to see if I get a legendary. No legendary. Skoldick, hello. It's good to see you. How you doing tonight? Enemy starts attacking you. Chance to shoot off firebolt. Kill a number of burning enemies. We'll just try and grab as many blessings from her as we can. Because I don't know if like the prerequisites for like the legendaries are having a certain amount of boons, having certain levels in that god's boons, blessings, Hades brain.
Let my cold touch embrace his realm.
Damage for each immobilized enemy. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. Good for mobs and stuff, I think. How much are my attacks doing anyway right now? Kind of hard to see. I think like high 50s, low 60s is what it seems like. Which is not the very middle of the road. Not great, but not bad. But I think it's all of the sort of effects that we have that are really keeping us going. Haven't slept for 27 hours straight. Not great, but not terrible. Oh no! I hope you sleep soon. That's a long time. Better work earlier. Yesterday now, I suppose, was rough for me. Oh, I'm sorry you had a hard day at work, but yeah, I hope you can get comfy and relax and just let some of that go now. Let's see. Less attacks, I suppose, is good. Kind of corral these guys to keep all the experience in one place. Oh my gosh. I'm getting like a slowdown on my PC because of all the effects. I wonder how low you can get that cooldown on that shield. Because if you can get it to like basically coming back up every few seconds, that's insane. And that's kind of a... It's already kind of a blessing that's like an auto take for me, but that would make it even more so. So much blue, yeah. They kind of spam you with mobs at certain points. I don't love Meteor Shower. It just always sort of feels like just hitting random spots on the screen is not great. Higher attack damage is okay, I suppose. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm definitely seeing a big difference in levels. Usually I finish a round at about like level 18 or 19, but this experience boost has already got us up at like 24, which is crazy for only being 13 minutes. Okay, we got some shrines down here. We got a lot of luck.
Let's see how he likes permafrost in his realm this time around.
There was a line from Winter at one point that was something about like her wishing that like she said something about like putting so much work into like making like winter so like beautiful and all the snow and making it all pretty and everything in winter. She was like, and then death comes in and just kind of mucks it all up, and now everybody thinks I'm just killing stuff and I'm just trying to make it cold and pretty. She's like, it is this, stop killing everything during my season. And I was like, aw, she's just trying her best. She's not trying to hurt anybody. She's just making things a little chilly, just a little pretty. He's just coming in and messing up the party. Speaking of like just getting colder and stuff though, I'm so glad it's finally getting colder. I was not about all this like summer weather and stuff. Oh, I'm glad we're finally starting to get down in the chillier temperatures. See where it says like chance to drop an item, I would think of like a heart or a magnet or something like that as an item. But I don't know, which is still the problem, because I would assume the drop chance here and the drop chance that was given by something else, I forget what. One of the other blessings, that's what it was, would be like the same kind of drops. But I just don't know. I just don't know. How long is it hot until for you? The thing is, I live in a place where the seasons are not strongly delineated. Sometimes it'll be like middle of how do I put this? Like, it's generally warmer during summer, it's generally cooler during winter, but we don't get like my area doesn't get snow, like we don't get any sort of extreme weather. We'll try it out and see what happens. And so we like, because we don't get oh my gosh, sorry, give me a second to focus. This boss is kind of, there we go. Yeah, so it's sort of like, yeah, not well defined seasons. So like our summers can get up to like 90, 95, but like generally high 70s. Like, and then winter like can get into like the high 40s, low 50s like during the day. Generally it's like low 60s. So we have like kind of a 10 to 15 degree range of weather that's like normal for us. And then when it gets outside of that, because everybody's not used to it, we're all babies and we just complain a lot. 9 seconds on that shield cooldown is pretty good. Do we have any common equipment we can drop? We do. We'll get those shrines real quick. Oh, the necromancer, alright. What else do I want? I really just kind of want to upgrade that shield more. I want to see how low I can get the attack or the cooldown on it. Need a stronger attack, I think. Ooh, okay, I need to stay away for some moments. My health is a wee bit low. We'll let that recharge for a little bit. See if we can't get that shield back as well. Okay, we evaded something, which is great. Okay, we froze him. We took a big old chunky hit there. Not ideal. Yeah, I suppose some extra range on that could be helpful. Okay, and now we are kiting again. No! Ah, that one was going so good too. That was my fault. I got too aggressive. I just wanted to take that necromancer down. Let's see. That sounds like California and Arizona weather. Yep. You got it. 2 seasons, hot and not hot. Yeah, that's yeah. There's some places that hot weather I just cannot do. California, Oregon, PST means West Coast. Yeah, West Coast here. So our let me tell you, when I when I moved to Tokyo and I was dealing with some tropical, like super humid 100-degree weather, that was a surprise. I knew they had it, but living in it is different than just knowing of it. Yeah, those, because I mean that's sort of a thing that I guess I never just really thought that much about. But Japan's weather is tropical. Like, it's straight up tropical weather. It's bad. It's bad. It's hot. It's so hot in the summers. No, yeah, Tokyo is pretty, like, for somebody who is not adjusted to heat, Tokyo is pretty miserable in the summers. What do we want to do here? I think we're gonna try and let's go for a summon damage build. Let's see what we can do about that, maybe. I remember there was some item that we had that gave summoning damage, but I don't know what it was. It wasn't this one, I don't think, because it's one that I already had, but oh, this one is just like generally better than what we have right now, though, for the vast majority of stuff. So I think we will just buy that, which means, okay, Learner's Citrine of Alacrity. So we'll sell that. We'll buy that. Oh, I think it's just once. So we get rid of some stuff from my inventory. So we'll buy that. We'll equip that. And then we'll check in here. Tokyo also being a big city, you're dealing with the heat island effect. Oh, I don't know what that is. But yeah, Japan gets hot. It's not ideal. But the nice thing is they're also very into their cooling technology. There are like fans and like neck coolers. Like there's like fans that they've made into necklaces, like fans that you can get that like clip onto the back of your pants. There's like vests that have fans built in. There was one thing that always was kind of funny to me because they kind of looked like headphones. It looked like it's like when people wear headphones around their neck is what this one device looked like, but it had like plates on it. Like metal plates that would like were supposed to like cool the skin. Like it wasn't like like an electronic device that like I'm assuming like the plates are like cooled by something, and then those go over like the veins in your neck and are supposed to like, you know, kind of cool the blood down as it's passing through your neck. And it was just so funny because every time I saw them, it always just reminded me of water cooling. So it's just sort of like, how do you prefer to keep cool during? Are you more of a water cooled or an air cooled person during summer? It was always just kind of funny. I think we can go stick our book in our library. Transfer that. Dear God, I miss playing Hades. I know, I've kind of been talking about it so much, I think I kind of want to go back to it and play it at some point. Maybe next week. Because we have League tomorrow, and then I want to do ASMR on Saturday, I think. So, I probably should have done ASMR tomorrow. That way, you know, just like ASMR on the same days as my ASMR videos come out. But I didn't think about that at the time. So we're doing League. So we'll do League tomorrow, and then ASMR Saturday, and then maybe some Hades next week. Maybe some more of this game next week because I am really enjoying it. But that's a lot of time for me to burn myself out on it before then. So we'll see how I'm feeling then. All right, I think we'll just go Simplest way I can describe the heat island effect is structures and buildings in a city area generate more heat than outside areas, so being in the city would definitely feel hot. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I think we'll start here and we'll go up these shrines. Having 4 shrines by the 5 shrines by the start is a nice little bonus. I forgot to put my items in storage, dang. Whoops. That's my bad. We'll go spell critical chance. Because I think spell crit chance helps with summons. But I don't know. 20 armor versus attack damage. If we're going for a summon build, I always want to take the attack damage, but armor probably makes more sense because I don't think attack damage will. I don't think it does anything for our summons. Okay, so Stone of Power. So now we'll just farm some experience. I am gonna miss that 222% experience bonus though. Okay, so I don't really want Crom here, I don't think. Hey, Mort is who I want. Okay. So attack units have a chance to spawn phantoms. I think we'll take Soul Stealers first. Try and get some curse going. So I'm strategizing out loud. And we'll see how it goes from there, you know? I think the ideal here would probably be want Lady Justice. We want more. We just honestly, when you're going for summons, it kind of just feels like you want a lot more of Mort.
When you reach death.
Winter isn't bad here, but I think with being locked into 3 gods, I think you really just want to make sure your first picks are who you want. Hey, and that's who we want. Not the blessing we want, but Purification and Consecration are both not great, so I don't know that that particularly matters, and I don't want her attack, so... Oh, hey, my health. I must put on equipment. I think my health is higher than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, that's the thing I enjoy with games like this, is just getting to strategize a little bit, you know? Armor increase is okay. You weren't kidding, the health regen is kind of required. Yeah. And I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing, because, you know, like, some games just have that kind of thing just for the intention of being more punishing. You know, sort of like Souls-like games. Like, the difficulty is part of the game, is the difficulty. Like, that's the... It's like that for a reason. But I just don't know that it feels like the difficulty added by the lack of healing feels intentional to me, you know? Or at least, like, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily adding to the game. I have, but I keep getting killed. Don't worry, you'll get a good run. It's just a matter of strategy, movement, good weapon that works for you, and a bit of luck. Yeah. I hard agree with Skaldic there. It's like I said, I think Hades is more of a knowledge-gated game than it is a skill-gated game. I think, like, for the most part, pretty much, like, anybody playing, like, you will win eventually. Eventually, you, like, you will have no choice but to pick up the understanding of it well enough to beat it. Yeah. You'll get there. I have faith. There was actually a thing that, again, that same streamer I was mentioning earlier did a while back that I thought was really interesting. he kind of did this like informal like study of like new Hades players and like
Take
first
from
run
my-
clears to see man, they gave me both the bad ones and both the good ones at the same time. But he did this sort of like study where he just sort of asked like everybody in like certain discords or like the Hades subreddit to send like a screenshot of their first win screen, because it all gets recorded in the game. And he just sort of like did a study is the best word I can think of. Just sort of like a little bit of research on like what weapons that beginners tended to win the game most with, what like boon combinations and stuff seem to really work well for people. Because, you know, obviously like people on their first clear, unless they are kind of an outlier and have watched like a ton of Hades content, and have the knowledge, but maybe just not so much the skill of of playing the game. But again, I think that's really kind of an outlier situation. So it was just sort of seeing what new players gravitated to, what worked for them, and it was really interesting, to be honest. It took me 50 tries until I completed a full run. Yeah. It could take a little while. I think Hades sparks has there's a really good balance in Hades, I think, of I don't know that I want time, to be honest. Okay, now that we have some curse stuff, I think maybe we'll take Deadly Strike. But yeah, it's just sort of like I think Hades finds a really good balance of difficult but approachable, because I think Hades is a difficult game, but I think there are a lot of roguelikes that are more difficult, like especially when you look at stuff like Enter the Gungeon and Dead Cells and everything. Of course, going right through that was so dangerous. But it's not like it's a game that feels winnable, I think, in my opinion, when you first start, but it's not, it doesn't hand you the win, you know? I main the shield in most of my runs. I think a lot of people use the shield for their first clears, and for some reason, I could not get the hang of the shield. Like, I can beat it with the shield, but it's not my favorite. I don't know why. Because it should be an easy weapon, especially with the ability to block, which is the only way you can block in Hades is taking a shield aspect. It's very powerful, like defensively, but there's just something about sort of every weapon has their own rhythm. There are certain like grooves that you get into, and I just have a harder time finding it with the shield. The bow was the big one for me. That bow was my fave, which I feel like bow is kind of divisive. I don't want Crom. Summer is okay. I'm good with Summer. I think maybe I should have taken Time, because I think Time does actually have a summon bonus damage increase blessing, but I'm not sure offhand. Either way, though, we're here. Maybe I'll just take Meteor Shower. It's fine. Yeah, I think the bow does tend to be pretty divisive, I think, with players. Especially like it's so funny because I really enjoy playing Rama, which is like one of the hidden aspects on the bow. And some people just absolutely do not like Rama. Like, there's just some weapons that seem to be really divisive like that. Like I think Arthur is one of them. Some people love Arthur and some people absolutely hate Arthur. And I think it just has to do with the fact that, like,
Me, after his throne,
some of the weapons are very general. Like, I would say maybe, let's think. The ones that sort of are easiest, at least in my opinion, to get in the rhythm of are probably the rail, the fists, maybe the sword. I think the spear, the bow, and the shield all have very specific rhythms that you have to get into. But like what I was saying before, though, is like I think all of those other aspects that don't have as strong a rhythm that you have to pick up, they feel like they have sort of a more general play style. Whereas when you get to certain aspects like Rama and Arthur, they require a lot. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting like real in the weeds on Hades. Ooh, this is a really good one to get early. When an enemy dies, some curse damage gain percent damage permanently. That's a fantastic. Love it. But no, yeah, like, so those weapons kind of have a much more specific and identifiable play style, and I think naturally that just sort of means like the more there's going to be more people who don't like them as much just because they're more distinct, you know? Are you winning in here? Yeah. We're kind of winning. We're doing okay. We're on the way. We're on the track. My amazing, incredible, patient League teacher Tycho, taking some League of lessons earlier. We were so funny. We were looking at like the skins and everything after I went through like the tutorial in League and everything, and I was just realizing that to me all of the Ezreal skins look like AUs of Ezreal in other series. There was what do we have? Sorry for chat for teaching Salem League. I will not do better next time. I would expect nothing different. But no, like there was oh, I'm suddenly blanking. I can't remember any of the Ezreal AUs. I know the funniest one I think was there was one that I was just like, this is just like mob hentai protagonist Ezreal. That is what they've dressed him as in this skin, and it's kind of wild. I don't know if you can curse bosses now that I think about it. I do need another way to start inflicting curse soon, though. I'm noticing I'm not doing a ton of curse. I am starting to take a lot of damage right now.
Fired up.
Yeah. Hentai Protag Ezreal, League of Zelda Ezreal, Sailor Moon Ezreal. There are some good ones. I still Fairy Ezreal was so good. I loved that one. League of Lessons sounds like a great name for a video series teaching you how to play League. Yeah. That one's for free. That's for Tycho. Tycho, when you drop in that new League of Lessons masterclass. Spell damage is increased. I think that affects summons. I know I'm not summoning anything right now, but we'll get there. I promise. We'll banish this one because I don't really want execution. Maybe some more phantoms. Ugh, I wish I'd cleared out my inventory before I left the hub. I did not mean to use both of those dashes there. just cannot seem to take this guy down. Nix, thank you for the gift sub to Tycho. Much appreciated. Tycho, I hope you enjoy your new Salem emotes. Hades-based Salem stream rig. I just got 4 weapons so far. Just got the one go for the one that's easier for me to use. Just out of curiosity, Amy, which weapon do you find yourself gravitating towards most? Could look like Zagreus or Hypnos. Yeah. I think Hypnos. Zagreus is probably more recognizable, but I think a Hypnos like costume or something for it would be very thematic. It would be on brand. I think more curse really is just what we want right now. Because the more curse we get now, the more damage that we get down the line. Cool. Hey! Got a magnet, love that. The spear weapon. I'll be honest, I think a lot of people that I hear a pretty surprising amount of people who enjoy the spear. And that's, I think for me, I always I kind of had a similar issue with the shield where I can play it. Like I can do, like, I think I've beat 32 heat with all of the weapons, but it's not my favorite. I don't gravitate towards it, and I just can't seem to get in the groove of it very well. And apparently, like, that's just not as common as I thought it was. Oh, posture check. Toes. I'm super crunchy. I'm sitting like the most Alphabet Mafia person you know. So, yeah, I will uncrunch. Thank you for that, Toes. Appreciate the check on that. Best run so far was the spear. That's kind of wild to me. Just because, I think for me, I think using the spear, if I was going to use it, the main way I think I would use it was by doing the Achilles aspect and focusing on like a cast build with it, because it's the Achilles build Achilles aspect just gives a crazy buff to your casts. But yeah, I think using the spear as a spear weapon, I don't think I ever did very often. Okay, gotta get rid of this guy. You gotta go, my man. It's so nice when you can kind of group enemies up like that and just get them all blasted by the soul stealers all at once. Hey, here's our summons. All right. So you raise skeletons when you kill a number of enemies. Skeletons raise some cursed enemies last longer. So this is what I'm talking about, where like there's just like synergies between a lot of the different blessings, where like getting cursed like both now helps me get more permanent damage and it makes my summons last longer. So you're really incentivized to kind of do a lot of things at once with like getting your enemies cursed and trying to focus on summon damage and stuff. So it doesn't feel kind of like one note, you know? There we go. We'll just keep on spell damage. Stretch. Also, thank you, Nick. Much appreciated. Oh, yeah. I know. I always say Achilles as like Achilles. I know it's Achilles, and I always pronounce it wrong. It's one of those things where I know the way it's pronounced, but it's just out of like force of habit of the way that I had always said it. It's like that young reader problem where like kids who I feel like kids who read a lot sort of always have this problem where you were reading everything and had to learn to pronounce it in your head rather than by listening to somebody say it. So like there's sometimes you just like hear somebody say a word for the first time in your life after having read it in books all the time, and you're like, that's how that's said? That's the way you're supposed to pronounce that? There were definitely a few surprises for me packed away in my English, my high school English class. Definitely some times that we had some vocabulary lists where I went, oh, that's how that is supposed to come out of your mouth hole? I keep getting stuck on stuff. I hope at least spell duration helps with the longevity of the summons. I don't know for sure, but when you see enemies that are glowing yellow, what is it? It got me curious. Like I'm assuming in Hades, correct? No problem, just a huge history of mythology buff, so I'm just really knowledgeable. So yeah. No worries. I can't remember off of the top of my head. All I can think of in Hades with yellow enemies is armor, but it also is possible there are... No, because that would be a Pact of Punishment thing, so that wouldn't be there. Yeah, all I can think of is possibly the fact that there are armored enemies. But maybe we'll boot up Hades for one run after this. Maybe we'll do... Oh my gosh, I got the hiccups. Oh, that's not ideal. Okay, I think I got it. I think they're gone. Yeah, I think it's the armor. That would be my best guess for yellow enemies, but like I said, maybe we'll boot up Hades and do just a little quick run after this. What if you pronounce it Achilles? Achilles? Is that? I don't know how you meant that, but that's how I'm taking it. Well, so the problem is, again, just that the one Hades streamer that I watch, he has a habit of calling Patroclus Patty, and so I started picking that up, and then I started calling him Patty, and then I said it one time on stream, and a few people were like, excuse me, the fuck? Who is Patty? Who are you talking to right now? Yeah, I'm a little rusty on Hades, so some of like the exact visuals, I can't remember offhand, but yeah, it was armor correct. Yeah. I was just trying to remember if that would be like the same, that would be like a glowing type effect. I can't remember exactly, but yeah. Yellow is probably armor, would be my guess, which basically the only difference between taking out armor and taking out health is that you cannot stun enemies while they're armored. So if you hit an unarmored enemy with like a fist attack, it'll kind of give you like a second where they're like stunned and won't do anything, but armor negates that, so you can't stun an armored enemy. Have you seen the incredibly lucky Wheel of Fortune contestant mispronounce Achilles? You should. I don't think I have. I guess Reprisal. Oh, I forgot to look at the DPS chart on the last one too. Dang it, I always forget to do that. I'm not used to games that have DPS charts. But I think DPS charts are kind of difficult too with these sorts of games to... You can't... they're helpful maybe, but I think you kind of do have to take them with a little bit of a grain of salt, because there are certain boons, or blessings rather, that you can't really it's hard to figure out exactly how to measure certain blessings in this game, because like there's the one from, gotta maybe turn off some like damage numbers or something. It's like really slowing down my PC. Display, nope. Where is it? Here we go. I think we'll just turn all of these off during the slimes. Just to try and mitigate some of that bitrate destruction. But yeah, so it's like there's certain like blessings in this where like the one of like Mort giving you more damage per attack, or like more damage for every cursed enemy that dies. And so that's gonna make your attack, if that's what you're focusing on, that's gonna pump up the DPS on your attack like crazy. But the DPS on your attack, if you had that attack blessing alone, wouldn't do nearly as much without that sort of supplemental blessing from Mort, but you're not seeing that DPS being attributed to it. So it's I feel like DPS charts can be a little bit finicky to actually use like for strategy, but they are fun. I think they're just fun to look at either way. Chill like in chocolate or cheese or church? Yeah. Okay. A Chili's. A Chili's. That's like is that one post from, I think it was like from Tumblr, like long time ago. That was like, what if you pronounced popsicles like it was an ancient Greek philosopher? It was just popsicles, and I really enjoyed that one. That one still does live inside my brain. I think about it probably every time I say the word popsicles, I think of popsicles. It's like when you're writing Wednesday down and you have to pronounce it in your head and go, okay, Wednesday. When you try, no, I died. What the heck? Dang, I wasn't paying attention to my health, I guess. Dang. That one was going good too. Yeah, like 335 DPS on the necromancy is crazy. Where is, necromancy? You raise skeletons, you kill a number of... Ooh, my brain glitched out trying to read that. You raise skeletons when you kill a number of enemies. Skeletons raised from cursed enemies last longer. But I feel like the summons can be pretty underwhelming if you don't have like some other synergies with them. Like I've seen their DPS be really low, but now because I had a lot of more blessings, like they synergized well and the DPS went like crazy. But I think like sorry, I'm catching up on chat real quick. Yeah, I mean, ever since I saw Sam streaming Hades, I've been wanting to try. Zagreus would totally stumble as most. Zagreus would be an absolute gremlin on Tumblr. He would. Zagreus he's kind of like a low key little like gremlin boy, and I love it. It's very funny, very cute. I really think Zagreus is truly one of like the most charming characters that I've seen in any game in a long time. Like, because I went into it kind of thinking like, oh, he's gonna be this little emo boy, like he's my father is the leader of the underworld, kind of, just emo boy things. But he's so cute, he's so polite, and I love him. I want to protect him. I think we'll just probably put all of this in storage for now. Except for you, because you're common. And my inventory space is too limited for that. Revision. Oh, I think I'm understanding what some of these like titles on these things mean. Like anything that ends in revision, like a ring of revision, gives you another reroll dice. Or like an amulet of ignoring gives you like an alteration dice because you're ignoring a god to change it to a different god. Yeah, because your revision here also gives you a reroll dice, same as the ring of revision. Okay, we're picking up the secrets. We're getting there. Do I have Hades downloaded? I actually don't know for sure. I don't know. It's been a while since I played, so I might not. I indeed do not have it downloaded. It should be a quick install, though. We'll install it real fast. I'm hoping that doesn't make my stream too crunchy. Delete the Hades to make room for League. He's a sweet boy. Yeah, he is. He just wants to help. Someone's about to die. Oh, fun. That's very Hades and Zagreus core, and it's also very Thanatos and Zagreus core. I know he's so polite. I love him. I think maybe we'll do... I really just want to try and make a summoning run work on this one. So I think maybe we'll try one more... We'll try one more run summoning with her, and then we'll switch over to Hades for one quick run just before we... Oh god, I'm going to be so rusty at Hades. I haven't played in so long. Mona, hello, hello. It's good to see you. Let me turn this stuff back on. How we doing? What are you up to? I've just been brain rotting over this this new indie roguelike that came out and had to play a little more. Just it's like this is really for me like one of those games where like you know you're not doing anything and you're like, oh, maybe I could just pick it up for just one quick run. Just a little one. And then, like, 3 hours later, I'm like, I've done 7 runs. I'm in deep. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. Ravens. Love the Ravens. Generally do pretty good on the DPS meter as well. Ooh, especially if you can get that, like, blessing that helps you gain more damage for each curse enemy that dies like really early, especially if you can get it before like the slime waves. Ooh, Chef's Kiss is so juicy. It's so nice.
I'm a volatile spirit. You, on the other hand, seem quite dependable.
Alright, so I don't really want Lightning Boy. Don't want Crom. I'm okay with Summer, but I just want to make sure I lock in the gods that I actually want to start. I don't really want any of these, if I'm being honest. The Time-Field one is fun, but it like the fact that it slows you down as well as the enemies kind of, I don't know. I don't love it. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but I am gonna abolish it from existence. Oh, my stream is stuttering. Oh no. Oh, it's probably me trying to download Hades right now. Sorry, give it just a minute and it'll stop. I'm sure it'll probably pick up after. Sorry. I thought my internet might be able to handle both at the same time, and apparently not. Oh yeah, I can see I'm stuttering a little bit and stuff even on my end, so my bad. Flashbacks to the Bellaccio stream. One more run. 30 minutes later, some mistakes we made. Yeah. Sorry, I'll wait just a minute until the this finishes downloading. It's the price we pay for Hades, unfortunately. We got 2 gigabytes left. We're almost there. Almost there. It's so funny too, because I've never been a completionist in any game, but Hades was the one game where I was like, no, I'm going to finish everything. So I have like all of the achievements on Steam and everything. I think the only thing, oh my gosh, my OBS just said my kilobytes were in the hundreds. That is abysmal. I'm so sorry. 1 gigabyte. Okay, almost there. I think there is actually one thing I have not completed in Hades because I always forget about it. But there are the titles that you can get from the I forget what they're called. I forget what the character is called, but they're like the person that the shade that exists in Hades' room, and you get like different titles from them that you just pay darkness for, and it's just sort of an achievement thing. And that I actually don't think I've gotten the highest rank because that's just like farming just a ton of darkness after you've completed the game. But I want to get it eventually. We'll get there. Keeps streaming normally and then it pauses and plays more. Yeah. Well, Hades is it should like in like 10 seconds it should be done. So then we should go back to normal. I'm so sorry about that. Cloud error? Unable to sync? What do you mean? That's bad. I have a lot of hours in this game. You gotta sync it. Steam, please. There we go. Okay. Now it now it did the thing. Toadstool, hello. Good morning. How are you? Okay, Hades is installed again. All is right with the universe once again. Now we will, I guess, just a random boon every 30 every level is fine. Don't have much other choice. So gotta be careful now because I don't have healing anymore. Ooh, but I do have 3 dashes now.
Yes, there have been.
How do I feel about winter? Okay, so I've taken... no, I don't want winter because I've already taken something from 2 other gods, so... we either want this to be Mort or Lady Justice. Hey, there we go. And we got the life regen right away. Perfect. That adds an incredible amount of safety right away. There are certain things now that I know, like if I get them, like at this point, then I'm probably good until at least like 10 or 11 minutes into the game. Because you see the final boss at 20 minutes, so... And that's kind of one of them. As long as I know I have that healing, I know I'm good for a while.
Without time's hourglass, we would not be able to assist you, hero. For this, I thank them.
We will maybe buff that life up a little bit, though. It's a little weak. This character is supposed to be a ranged character, and I continually get in melee with everyone. Because I just like, just sort of shotgunning them from up close, apparently. Okay, every few attack hits, just take her attack here, I think. I think I'm good with that. Finished all Spider-Man games on PS4, PS5, and Platinum all, as well as Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima is like... That's it's like one of those games that I hear a lot about, but I don't actually know much about. Is that like considered a like a Souls-like as well? What kind? I don't even know what kind of game Ghost of Tsushima is, honestly. I don't know what it's about. I don't know anything about it, actually. I'm sort of realizing in this moment. Silver, hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're having a good time zone. I do really enjoy the pierce on Mord's attack as well. It's very nice. Good for some crowd control. Oh dang! I was really hoping I would be able to get the permanent damage before the slimes came, but I don't think they will be. Don't think they will be waiting for that. Yeah, I think maybe the shield, especially at that rarity. A dragon? Who are you? I've never seen you before. They're just attacking the enemies? Who are you? I appreciate the help, but I've never seen you in my life. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just following the dragon. I'm following our little guy. No, come back! I can't leave. Why do I have a dragon? Why is there a dragon? I thought that was like a surprise, like secret boss or something, but no, they just were helping me out. I mean, I'm okay with it. They could come back whenever they want. You are always invited. That was fun. Hope you're having a good time. That's good. I'm still not. I think one of my chat suggested that to me at some point. It's all yours, Psycho. I see on Twitter you made a new fan art and SFW tags just for slightly spicy stuff, or artists can go feral, or is for your personal reason. I think I'm pretty like, yeah, no, I'm pretty okay with people with artists going feral. Like, I do have like the only guidelines that I have on NSFW stuff for me is like I prefer not to have anything from the waist down drawn of like my design that is too revealing, but like character wise for all my like YouTube characters and stuff, like I'm fine with people going ham. I love it. I enjoy a good spicy fan art from stuff, so I have no problem with it. Check your stream. It might be updating something. Really? Is it audio's crunchy? I wonder why. Is it like my mic audio is crunchy or the game audio is crunchy? Both or? Okay, game audio is crunchy. That I might be able to fix. It's because I'm using the. I think it's because I'm using the like audio capture in OBS. That like captures like an application audio, and it's a little bit funky. I think that one. I think it's still in beta. Mona. I have gotten a couple of gender bent art. I guess I don't know. It's kind of it's hard. What do you? I guess that's still gender bent because I was like non-binary to female. I guess I don't know. Gender's complicated. It's hard. Okay, so game audio has been switched. So let's switch back and see if that fixes it. Okay. Gender is a scam. Hard agree. Hard agree, Nutmeg. Being alive is weird. That is, truer words have not been spoken. Alright. Okay, so I redid it. So let me know if this is better, please. I'm hoping it is. Fig Sorbet, hello, welcome. Very cute name, and welcome in. Thank you for joining the coven. Good to have you here with us. Hope you're comfy. Much better now? Hey, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I think it's just like that application capture audio from OBS. A little funky sometimes still. But I think it's still in beta, so that is to be expected.
The future rests upon.
Spell durations are increased. Oh, every 60 seconds that pass, damage to your summon increases permanently. Here's what I wanted. This is why I shouldn't have banished time the first time. I'm almost tempted to take spell durations for the fact that I would love to get this at a higher rarity, but not having any rerolls or anything kinda... yeah, not great. So I think we will just take that now. Just trying to kind of tank this guy's shield down, and it's taken a while. The thing that I don't get with some of the bosses in this game is like the bosses are denoted by having like crowns above their head, but some of them just like don't drop anything special. They don't seem to give you anything, and so I'm kind of like, I don't know really what the point is, I suppose. Like, they're harder enemies, I get that, but I feel like some of them drop some stuff and others don't, and I'm not sure what the internal reasoning is. What game is this? Looks so nice. Yeah, it's called Death Must Die. It's an indie roguelike that came out. It's kind of in the same vein as like Vampire Survivors. Like, just based on descriptions that I've heard, I haven't played Diablo, but it feels like the closest comparisons for this game is like if you had a triangle where the 3 points were Diablo, Hades, and Vampire Survivors, this game would be the game that was in the center. It's very fun. I'm approaching 15 hours of play, and it's like $6. It's quite cheap. Yeah, we'll go spell durations now. If you were transported to ancient Greece and you had to pray to one of the gods in the pantheon, which one do you pick to worship and why? I think I have kind of an answer for this, but I don't know if it's a good one. I think I'd probably go for Dionysus, because I think at that point it's like if I'm living in ancient Greece and there's no technology, there's nothing, we don't have Hades game, we don't have Death Must Die, we don't have all these Balatro, all these little brain rot things to occupy my time. Like, I think at that point I'm just trying to have as good a time as possible in a world where no technology, no modern day convenience exists. So at that point, I'm just praying to Dionysus for a good time. Yeah, I think that's the goal, is just get through everything and have as good a time as you can while you're doing it. Yeah, I think that's the logic for me for Dionysus. Ah, my dash wasn't back yet. I'm kind of having the same issue where I'm becoming tanky, but I'm not doing a lot of damage. Simply eat great, partake in a little hedonism, party it up. That's the life, indeed. I'm so with you on that. Artemis, because she's antisocial girl boss and I love nature. That's valid. I can see. I do enjoy that. I like that answer. So you just get drunk. Well, I don't know if it's like necessarily. It's just about having a good time. We're just trying to get through like all that whole era of time with just have a little fun. Jumping on that answer, say glad to have you in the party, Nutmeg. We'll go with more life regen. Oh, dang, I thought I would maybe be able to run out of that. He's the god of wine and theater. There's no one better to worship. Yeah. I mean, in a time where you don't have any of the modern conveniences that you normally like spend your time with. You don't have like computer, you don't have television. Like you have like, you can go to a play. You can play dice games. But you just, there's not quite so much just to lavishly spend all of your free hours on. So I think you gotta kind of find some fun where you can get it. I think Dionysus is the man for that. Personally would go for Apollo because I get to write down everything. I still remember about the future. I can just mess with history. Hey, Oswald, hello. Thank you for the raid. Owlboy raid. Oh, it's so cute. Hello. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a fun time. It's good to have you here with us. Would love to hear what you were up to. But hello, everybody. Let me see who's stopping by. Marzakoth, Oswald, of course. Sanayu, hello. Good to have you all here with us. My name is Salem. I am a, what am I? I am an ASM artist over on YouTube. I am a little witch VTuber, a little cat witch for today. I do a lot of ASMR, a lot of ASMR streams. I do ASMR Monster Boy content, and I play a lot of like indie roguelike games and stuff like that. Did the Dredge DLC? Oh, I've heard the name Dredge, and I am not recalling. My brain is not braining in this moment. But either way, I hope you had fun with it. I hope you had a good time. What do you truly need to look in the mirror? Yeah. I need a little reminder. I'm just not quite getting the blessings that I was hoping for right now, though. Eldritch Horror fishing game sounds amazing. Actually, I need to look into that then. I love that description. Really good. Yeah, it sounds good. But I'm glad you had a good time with it. We're just playing a this is a newer indie roguelike that just came out about a few days ago. It's still in early access and everything, so. This game looks cool. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I think it's a pretty fun game. For being early access, there's a surprising amount of content, to be honest. Still not... I'm getting the right god, just not the right blessings. More curse. Yeah, highly recommend it. It's a very fun game. Fahihi and Midnight Sky. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Coven. And I hope you have a good time. This is relaxing. Hope you get to chill and vibe. Senayu, thank you. Same goes for you.
How some say death is only the beginning.
Glad to have you all here with us.
Timeline. It's true. I only wish my father would see it so.
Adding it to the list. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, Oswald. Definitely, if you give it a try and you stop back by sometime, I would love to hear what you think about it. I've been kind of rattling off talking about like roguelike stuff, and I play one game for the most part. I play so much Hades. And so we're just kind of comparing and contrasting it to Hades vibes. Yep, absolutely. If you enjoyed Hades, like I think this game has a lot to offer similar to it. About to be 2 games. We're making it happen. We're gonna be playing like 5 games by the end of this month. It's crazy. Really liked Hades. Oh, I think I highly recommend this. Then it's got that same like they sort of have like all the like pretty gods and the fun banter and everything. It's all there. It's, you know, it's maybe slightly less polished than Hades, but it's also an indie game, and for being an indie game, it's got a lot of content already, especially for just having come out in early access. It's kind of wild. Like, I think there's 5 playable characters, if I remember correctly. There's 5 characters. There's 7 different gods, I think. And they all have roughly 5 or 6 blessings apiece, I think. There's a lot of voice acting that seems like there's like a story that's like kind of going on that's being told. Yeah, it's fun. He's fun. Problem with some of these bosses is all my damage is in my curse. And that's not what I'm hitting them with. They really don't want to give me that, they really want me to take Sickles of Mort, it seems. I keep getting that one. Yeah, I guess we're just going really hard on the Ravens this time. Is this game based on a certain mythology? Not as far as I can tell. I think it's kind of, it's a little more slapdash than Hades. It's not necessarily like Greek mythology, because I think the gods are Mort, the god of death, Summer, the god of fire, Winter, I can't remember her name. But there's the god of winter, the god of time, the god of death, the daughter of the god of death, the god of war. Yeah, it's all just kind of newly constructed, not based on like Greek mythology or anything necessarily, as far as I could tell. Is it multiplayer at all? So now I don't think it is multi. I don't believe there's any plans for that. It's as far as I know, it is a fully single player game. Unfortunately. Okay, here we go. Permanent damage from our curse. And we have 7,000 crows flying around now, so should be getting lots of damage fast, I hope. We got it before the second wave of slimes, so that's something at least. My chat stops auto-scrolling for some reason. Here we go. They never make them multiplayer. I know! It's so sad because there's like so many like indie roguelike games that I love that genre, but it is fully a single player genre, unfortunately. So anytime like any of my friends are like, hey, you want to play something? I'm like, I do, but I don't have anything. I'm like, I can't play anything with you because my library consists of wholly single player games. There's one game that I wanted to try a while back that was called Ember Knights, and I know that one is an indie roguelike, and that one does have multiplayer. I think up to 4 players. Oh, Gunfire Reborn too. Yeah. I've thought about trying Gunfire Reborn. It looks really fun, and I always hear good things from people who enjoy it. But I just like, it's kind of overwhelming for me to watch, if I'm being honest. But I think maybe one day I gotta try it, give it a fair shake, you know. Heroes of Hammerwatch. I don't think I've heard of. I don't know about that one. Risk of Rain 2 is probably my favorite. Oh yeah, that one is co-op, isn't it? I forgot about that. Yeah, I haven't tried Risk of Rain before, but I've been hearing so much about it, and like with the new release of it lately, it feels like one of those things, like if I'm gonna call myself an indie roguelike enjoyer, I gotta try certain games. Like there's just games you have to try in this genre. And it's like, it feels like it's like Risk of Rain, Dead Cells. I think Hades is kind of the newest one that anybody who's like, yeah, I like roguelikes. I think that's definitely on the list now. Trying to think of what else. What else do you guys think are like, oh, maybe Enter the Gungeon to some degree, although I think you kind of have to be a bullet hell enjoyer for that as well. What else? Risk of Rain, Hades, Dead Cells, Enter the Gungeon to some degree, and oh, there's one other that's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't seem to think of it. Oh gosh, oh, it's gonna bother me. No. Can't remember. But yeah, it's just like, what do you guys think are some like the core like roguelike games or you know, just kind of, I know roguelike is kind of a flexible genre in terms of what's considered a roguelike and what isn't. But just curious what people think are kind of like the staples of the genre, you know? Ooh, Raven's Watch. I think that's a more recent one, right? But people seem to really be enjoying that. I've heard good things. Ah, they have my number. Please give me some space. Just trying to heal a little bit before they catch up to me. Okay, they immediately took my shield down. Sorry, I'll check chat in just a second. We're struggling out here for just a moment. Oh no, and now I'm getting these guys too. Oh, this is a nightmare. Oh, when I got a boss? Oh, I'm dead. There's no way. Ah! Dang. Isaac. That was the other one I was trying to think of. Yeah, Isaac is for sure up there. The slimes always seem so harrowing to deal with. Yeah, it's like, if you have the right build for them, they're not bad. It's once you learn like the pattern of like when to attack, when to dash, then I think it's easier to deal with than it looks like it is. Yeah, we only had two blessings. It just kept giving us the same one. Oh, I mean, like otherwise, like as far as like attack or damage dealing blessings, we only had 2 because we just sort of kept getting the same ones to level up. That's how it goes sometimes. Fairy tale based characters like Red Riding Hood. Yeah, I've seen some of that, and I think like Red Riding Hood has like a transformation, like an alternate like thing they become. I don't know, like all that stuff I think is really cool. I've seen some stuff about it. It looks very fun. Does Darkest Dungeon count as a roguelike? I don't know anything about Darkest Dungeon. It's kind of hard when you get some games like that, just because this is purely based on something I heard literally earlier today, but I think somebody was talking about Darkest Dungeon 2, and they were saying that it takes like hours to complete a run, that it's like their runs can be like 4 to 6 hours. And I feel like for me, like, I mean, I guess, yeah, that's technically still a roguelike. But in my mind, I think roguelikes tend to be more on like the like half hour to hour and a half style of like length of run. I just think anything longer is like way too long. Then you just start getting into like almost like mini full game territory. Like I really like the length of runs in this game is perfect for me. This, Hades, I feel like a lot of indie roguelikes go for like long runs, like Have a Nice Death. The runs in that were kind of long, like, but just like it feels a little less approachable. Whereas something like this, I can boot it up and then it's like, okay, I know I'm occupied for about half an hour and then I'm done. I don't have to pause and come back in the middle of a run or anything like that. It's just I'm all set. Win or lose after 20 minutes, I'm good. A lot of enemies on screen at once. Yeah. Never played Darkest Dungeon, but is it maybe like Risk of Rain where you can loop to make your runs longer, but it's all optional? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to, like, this is just sort of general. This isn't me saying anything specifically about Darkest Dungeon, just because, like I said, I haven't played it. This is purely just based on like a observation of the more general roguelike category based on a comment I heard earlier. Yeah. No worries. I didn't figure. Any puzzle games you enjoy? I don't know. Let me open my Steam real quick. Let me see what we got in there. What do we got in here? I think it's mostly roguelikes, if I'm being honest. I think the closest thing I've ever enjoyed to like a puzzle game is like maybe just stuff that requires a little more strategy. Like Ori and the Blind Forest. I think like it's not a puzzle game, but there is some strategy that you have to have. And then other than that, probably the closest to like a puzzle, anything puzzly or strategy would be Disgaea. Which I haven't played in years and years and years and years and years. I have it on Steam, but I last time I played it was like on my PS2 as a child. Just was just a lover of Prince of Darkness. Loved Laharl. Very very fun game series, I think. Speaking of puzzles, have you played Outer Wilds? I have not. So again, it's like one of those things I've seen around a lot, but it's not necessarily that I don't like puzzle games or anything like that. I don't know if they're for me. I think something with puzzle elements is maybe okay, but I just haven't played much. That explains a lot about your aesthetic. The Disgaea backstory is all making sense now. All right, so I think that's gonna be our last run for Death Must Die for tonight. There is this whole element that I haven't even gotten into yet, which is the Star Crux, which is basically like heat with Hades. Which this is kind of cool, where adding difficulty does, at least from what I can see here, does seem to increase your item rarity too, though, which is nice. That's kind of a nice trade-off, that you do get some benefits for making things more difficult. But yeah, I think that's everything for now. We'll maybe just sell our common items real quick. I might actually keep the relic, because I feel like relics are a little rarer. What is this LGBTQ feather going on over here? What do we got? A game I play called Cloud Gardens, which is a chill garden growing game where you grow plants on human ruins. Solar punk lo-fi vibes. Ooh, that sounds fun. I might have to check that out. I'm gonna open a new tab and just have that ready to check out later. Cloud Gardens. Okay. I think I've seen this before. It looks familiar. Have I played this? Hold on. Cloud Gardens. No, I have not. Okay, I've played kind of a similar like gardening game to it, but not Cloud Gardens. I might have tried that out. I would love just like a little chill game for like conversation streams and stuff where we're just talking, just to have something to do. Have you checked out Rift Apart? I have not. I haven't really had. I'll be honest. I was mostly in meetings or sleeping yesterday, so I've not checked much of anything out besides the back of my eyelids for longer than I meant to. Seen made many things noteworthy of some vaporwave album covers. Yeah, it looks like a cute little like chill relaxing game. I like that. We'll go stick our book in the library, and then we will switch over to Hades. We'll get a run going. So we got one of these. I'm gonna organize these real quick. Okay, a little present. We'll keep that there. This is, how many of these are there? 7, so we'll need 2 rows. This one has, that has 5, this has 3, so we can put those right there. And this has 5. Okay, so that's 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3. That's 3 of 7. This is... What is this? 3, 6, 5, 6, 5, 8. Didn't see which one that was. 4. Okay. There we go. All organized. Which, although actually, if there's 3 of these, there's 7 of these, so we can put these up here, and that'll be perfect. Okay, all right, let's switch over to Hades. You'll actually see me in the credits. The Cloud Gardens as a tester, and for providing one of the pictures. Oh, that's so cool! That's exciting. That's nice to see. Yeah, if I check it out, I'll have to keep an eye out. All right, we've got we've got my cursed astral projecting background. All right, so let's boot up Hades. It's been so long since I played this. Something to eternal, the grass will grow, the sun will shine, so they'll always somehow find a way to play Hades. I can't... Oh, when you get no scoped right on stream. I think the only game that I've really checked out. Hades, hello? Take your time, I guess. It's booting up. Let me switch my category over. Hades. It's so crazy because I remember like during like the peak of Hades when you would just like go in the category and it was like it could be like 3 a.m. and there were like thousands of viewers in the Hades category. And I mean, it's been out for like 3 years now. So I mean, it makes sense. But it's just interesting, like it's just funny now seeing it and it being like, oh yeah, there's like 84 people watching Hades right now globally on twitch.tv. Hey, there we go. Oh, it's been so long since I heard that little intro sound. Okay, so Hades for personal computer. Okay, as usual, if anything needs any adjusting, by all means, let me know. Never mind, they're dead. Astral projection, Salem, taken out behind the barn. Who's your favorite character in Hades? Hypnos. Hypnos for sure, no question. Love that sleepy boy. Okay. Okay, yeah, last played December 15th, 2022. Yeah, so it's been almost a full year. Not quite a full year, but dang, that's crazy. 932 escape attempts. All right. Ugh, I know it's like a riding a bike thing. I'm sure it'll come back to me like real quick, but I'm definitely like, ooh, I'm getting some like lagginess on my computer. Why is that? Ew. That feels gross. Hold on, let me... I gotta shut some programs down or something. Cause... Okay, so we'll close all of this. Get it out of my sight. Close all tabs. No. This. Sorry, give me just a second. I'm just closing some stuff because I had a bunch of stuff open and I needed to get rid of it. Okay, and this was... I still have like my audio editing program and everything open, and it was making my my game feel real gross. Maybe better? Not really. I don't know what's going on. It's okay. It's that's not what I meant to do. It's not awful. It just I do notice it a little bit. Not sure if you saw, but there's a pin for Hypnos on Fangamer. Oh, I don't think I did see that. I will definitely have to pick that up. I still need to get like frames. Like the Fangamer prints are so pretty. I still need to like go ahead and find. I need to get those framed and like figure out somewhere to hang them up. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I think after just talking about Rama earlier, I think we'll maybe take Rama out for a spin. I just love the big chunky boy attacks that it does. Is there some screen shake or something that there is? Okay. I feel like I'm more sensitive to screen shake than I used to be. It used to not be a problem for me, but like it doesn't make me nauseous necessarily, but I do get a little bit like, I don't know, annoyed by it, I guess is the right word. Yeah, Oswald. Oswald, do you have some impeccable taste too? Are you a Hypno stan? I am so I love Hypnos. That's my boy. Okay, so I gotta kind of remember all the stuff. Okay. So special, attack, cast, dash, know all those. What am I? Call over here. I kind of want to switch my call and my gifting button. Yeah, I think I kind of would prefer that to be on the... I don't know, let's see what the, maybe we'll just... Oh God! Oh no! Actually, no. I don't like this at all. I just realized some of the defaults. So I haven't played in a while. I got to reset my controls and stuff and figure out where I had everything. So summon, I think. R3 is okay for that. I think L2 is okay for reloading. Yeah, we'll see. Might have to change these around a little bit. Okay, call R2, summon R3. Okay, I think we're good. We're good. So I think we're just going for a big number with Rama, which is generally the way to go. I think Afro on the special and Artemis on the attack. And then you're all kind of set up for Heartrend. We are not doing 40 heat on my first Hades run in over a year. Absolutely not. I do not think so. I don't know what heat we will be doing yet, but not 40. All right. Gonna end soon, just one run of Hades later. Hades first, an hour later. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, that really tracks for all of my streaming history ever. So I love Hypnos. Oh, I'm glad we could be a little Hypnos fan club. Oswald, I'm with ya. I think we'll maybe do 20. We'll see how 20 feels. I think some jury summons is fine. Some extreme measures. Forced overtime. Be hard labor. Lasting consequences. I know convenience fee is generally considered like free heat in Hades, but I just don't like it. I find it so frustrating not being able to buy stuff. Okay, there we go. There's 20. I think that all should be... I'll take out off one of those and... No, because we need 3. Nope, let's just go. We're good. Tip those buddies. Yeah.
Dead are judged and sent to Asphodel, Elysium, or Tartarus. We keep the process neat and orderly. Everyone gets
All right, I'm excited. I could feel the rust already. I'm trying to. I think we're probably just gonna do one run for tonight, just for fun, just for old time's sake. But. Well, we want the attack, and none of these are that. These are still not that. The dash strike is actually okay, though, I think. Is there anything else I would want? I think for... No, dash strike on... Rama, I think maybe is not great. If you're trying to get power shots and stuff, so... I guess I'll just take pressure points. I don't want to spend 2 rolls that fast, but... Okay, there we go. We gotta roll back anyway, though. Yeah, I love that big juicy Rama damage. It's so nice. Oh, missed. Yeah, like doing almost 600 damage. Like, yes, it was on a crit, but in like Chamber 2 of Tartarus, wild. It's a wild time. Ah, thank you, Nix. I appreciate it. Ding. No hit run over. We got chaos. We'll see what's on the door here first. There we go. Oh yeah, for sure, taking chaos. Oh, I forgot Hades, like, locks your cursor. Can I turn that off? Is there a way to turn off? That was one thing. Oh, mouse lock. There we go. Okay. I always wish there was DLC for this that had weapon spoon based on previous Supergiant games. The idea of DLC, like pyre-based DLC in Hades, and Zagreus is just playing basketball. I could get down for that. I'm here for some magic basketball Zagreus. Probably will never strike enemies from behind with Rama. It's too slow. Dang, I was hoping for some like cast stuff, but or not cast, but attack, but it's okay. Pyre Beloved. I wish I finished that game. It just made me too sad to think about it ending. Oh no! Ah! There we go. Yeah, I always get kind of sad when I hear people talk about Pyre because I feel like every time I hear people talking about how much they like Supergiant games, I feel like the conversation always goes something like, "Oh yeah, I love Supergiant. I really love Hades. I love Transistor. I love Bastion. Pyre also exists. It's okay, I get." I'm always like, no! Show Pyre love!
Why not?
Okay, so we want... There's better gods to go on the special than Aphrodite here. Like Zeus would be really good on the special, but for Rama, but I think just for sake of Heartrend. Oh, I kind of want to do it. Should I? Yes. I know, I've only played a little. I need to go and play some more, but I want to do like a little super giant marathon before Hades 2 comes out. Is that normal to go where chaos is? I can't remember how early chaos starts showing up, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long time since I played early game Hades. Ah! I immediately got sniped because I was trying to push the wrong buttons. Stop! I want the cast to hit him! Ah! Wait, why the heck? What do you mean? Where was my other death? What do you mean? Did I only have one death defiance? Why? I don't understand what just happened. What do you... Oh, it's because I'm on stubborn defiance because I'm an idiot. That's why. I was like, what do you mean? I was truly so confused there for a moment. I was like, what did I do wrong? What is happening? Okay, now... now we're going to start the run. Now that I actually have death defiances. Just a quick tip for... Because I know, I think there's at least one person, maybe a couple people out that are in chat playing Hades. Don't use stubborn defiance. Or don't use whichever one that gives you like the stubborn defiance rather than the death defiance. Don't use it. It's until you're at like way later in the game. Until you're like, some people will never need to use it unless you plan to like try and beat like ultra difficult, like high heat runs of Hades. Just use death defiances.
Let's hunt some dead.
Okay, now the real run starts. This is a warm up. We're shaking off the rust, you know? Hammer good. I keep pressing the wrong buttons because I changed all my controls a little bit. There we go. Love those big old count hits. And a twin shot? Twin shot Rama is nasty. I love it. Kind of ram jam me there. There we go. We're still gonna try and go for Aphrodite on the special, so we'll skip that. Zeus. I actually made a mistake on that, which I actually didn't know about. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things like that in Hades that I think like are just not... If you don't watch a lot of people streaming it, or you don't play, like, you haven't played for hours and hours and hours, like, there's just stuff like that that you wouldn't know to know, you know, like, because the stubborn defiance, like, for those who either are not familiar with Hades or just never use stubborn defiance, because nobody uses stubborn defiance. Essentially, stubborn defiance gives you only have one death defiance, but it gives you a death defiance that refreshes every room, which sounds great because then you think like, oh hey, yeah, like then I can die a ton and it's not going to matter. But the thing is, there are just some places where you're likely to die more, especially like as a newer player. Like if you get like a really difficult room or you're fighting Hades, you know, you're probably going to die more than once in a room, especially because it only refreshes your health to like 30% when you revive. Take care of this one for me, Meg. Thank you. Just for big number's sake, I'm kind of tempted to roll for a strong drink. We'll high roll it, sure. Didn't get it. Dionysus Call is fine. Little fish. To focus. Focusing. Focus. Wait for it now. Perfect catch. There we go. Not a bit of rust on me. First person I watched play Hades. Oh well, hopefully I can hopefully I can help a little bit somehow, one way or another. Meki VR, hello. Welcome to the Coven. Thank you for the follow. Mwah. Glad to have you here with us. Totally cute and comfy. Well, that is I will leave that fully to you to decide, but thank you. I appreciate that somebody out there is saying that, I guess. Getting Dionysus on the run tonight when you talked about him earlier. Yeah. Dionysus, he heard, he knows. He knows I'm ride or die. I was kind of sad because I did get that natural Artemis in that last run, but what can you do? Yeah, Rama's just, it's a when you start getting like the right stuff on it, it's just a nasty aspect in the best way possible. Mystery boon. Not what I wanted. It's okay. Dash. No. We're not gonna be tanky. We're just gonna try and do damage. We're little damage dealers today. Little DPS as a treat. I was gonna take that dash, but I want to save it for like Artemis dash or something. Okay, now we can kill Charon for sure. No question. We got this. Posture check and stretch. Thank you very much, Silver. I'm gonna well, actually no, I'll do that now. I was gonna say I was gonna wait until after the Charon fight, but I have a moment. Thank you.
Think you can beat me, Charon?
Oh. No!
I don't think so.
Charon, please! Don't embarrass me in front of all my friends!
Making me fight Karen.
Sorry, focus. We're focused. We're focusing. Ah! Stop, please. Oh, he's so close to being dead. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, may have been a little spicy, but now we're good. I love the Meg comments with the Charon fight. They're probably was some of my favorites. They're very funny. Just her being like, "What do you mean you're making me fight Charon?" Just like how everybody is like secretly kind of afraid of Charon, and they're like, "Well, yeah, I mean, he's the shopkeeper, but like, I don't. He's scary. He's scary." It's very funny. Would love to get a little bit of health. Do we go for another mystery boon? I mean, we have a discount. We kind of gotta. Oh, that's not who I wanted.
Thank you, mate.
Okay, we should be fine. We should be fine.
Ready, sister. Don't think.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean by Rama is just kind of disgusting. Like, that was a one-shot phase on Meg. Yep, we're just one shot in the phases. It's a little gross.
Hope she's not mad.
Don't scale from the scary shop. Keep. No, it's okay. It's fine because now we get a discount. It's like the whole thing of like going up and like punching the biggest guy in prison. You gotta get his respect, you know. You just gotta steal his wares right in front of him. It's just the strat. Sure. It's not really super helpful in this moment, but it's fine. Take a little peepo sip.
Learning awaits.
Oh, I'm still using the wrong button. I keep trying to use the wrong button to dash because the button to dash in this game and Death Must Die are very different. Stop hitting me! It's not what I asked you to do. But yeah, just the person who I mentioned was doing the blindfold run of Hades earlier. Just them being able to get through Asphodel was crazy. Like, it was truly like once they got through Asphodel, I think they beat it on their first try. Because it was just like, the issue was just like, you know, going into the lava when you can't see it. But like...
Hate to be ungrateful here.
I want to see if I can get the hyper delivery combo. Unfortunately not.
Godspeed.
Nah, we don't need gold. More rolls would be incredible. Hope Meg's not mad, bro. You literally just dragged her into a fight and then wrecked her in 10 seconds. That is kind of funny. I didn't think about that. The fact that, like, dragging Meg into a fight and then literally seconds later going and just absolutely demolishing. There we go. We're doing some pretty good damage, I think. Least favorite weapon has to be... Really? The rail? Oh, that's a surprise. I feel like rail is usually pretty well loved. No, we want the special. I don't want to roll for it, though. We'll just take the cast.
Moving right along.
Dang, got kind of cheated out of the shop here, but... I think my... I really liked the rail, but I think like eventually I got to a point where I used it so much because it used to be sort of like the de facto speed running weapon, that I just sort of like I reached a point where I was like, I literally want to play any aspect other than the rail. What's the new brain rot? Well, this is the very old brain rot, but the new brain rot was a game we were playing earlier. Which Yuki, hello, it's good to see you. Called Death Must Die. All right, so we got Heartrend all set up. Now we just kind of would prefer to have Aphrodite on the special rather than the cast. But what can you do? Never get used to its control scheme. Can't speak. Never get used to the control scheme. Also, that it makes you a sitting duck. Yeah. I think the control scheme thing is definitely valid. Sorry, I'm. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm curious which aspect did you tend to did you try on the rail? Because I think my favorite was Hestia. I'm taking a lot of hits and I don't love that. And I think that one, I think the reloading mechanic on the rail gives people kind of some trouble sometimes. And I think because is it Hestia or Hera? I always get it mixed up. Whichever one it is the one that gives you. There's one that gives you a Hera is bow, so it must be Hestia on the rail. Yeah. So with Hestia, essentially every time you reload, your first shot is like supercharged, and it's very good, and it's like a very easy aspect to like move a lot in. You have a lot of like movement, especially with the auto aim and all. But like for some, I think there's two aspects to Hades that for some reason some people just don't like. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that or anything. I just, but like the reloading on the rail and using the cast. Like, I see so many players who just like do not like to use either of those mechanics. Which is fair. Like I think for the longest time, I think I just would like let the rail like auto reload, like once the clip was empty, and didn't actually start like using the reload mechanic for a long time. But once I got used to it, it was okay. But it did take a little getting used to. Why is my chat paused? There we go. Oh, that's so funny, Ink, because I'm the total opposite. I think Lucifer is the one aspect of the rail I do not like. It feels like I can never get a good amount of damage going on it. I did Hestia because you were showing it to me, and I was like, that looks awesome. Oh well, I hope it helped. I hope you enjoyed Hestia. What do we want to do here? Maybe refreshing nectar for Hermes. Just realized that lava takes damage from your health when you stand on it. Yeah. Lava can get you down pretty quick. We'll take all of these, I think. I kind of almost just prefer her dash strike in this moment. There we go. Oh my god, the way Yuki fought the Minotaur the first time was so funny. I'll never forget you and Cat and Tycho laughing at me for fighting the Minotaur the first time. It was just so funny. It was like, so essentially like, there's one point where the Minotaur starts chasing you in Elysium when you're fighting him, and Yuki sort of just didn't. You're supposed to kind of like get him to run into a wall or a pillar or something. But what I mean, like, you don't know that as a new player, so I mean, it's like, it's fair to not have that assumption, but Yuki sort of didn't know what to do, and so he just sort of ended up, like, running the bull around a pillar for, like, a good, like, 10 seconds, and it was truly one of the funniest things that I've seen, like, with anybody playing Hades before. Dash spamming in a circle, yeah. It was good. It was very good.
On my authority.
What do we want now here? Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I played. I don't even really know, like, I don't remember what the strats are. I guess just in case we find any attack damage or anything in the Wells of Charon, we'll just go with that one. Probably should have taken the gold, actually. I would have, so I think I had a couple boons I would have probably sold there, but none of those. Kiting the bull for 100 years. Yeah, it was very Looney Tunes. It was funny. I enjoyed it. Ooh, chaos. What do we got on the doors though? Yeah, we'll take chaos. See if we get some juicy attack damage. Hey, 51% more foes. Not too. I think we could deal with that. I don't even know what I want from a hammer here now, because it's sort of like we have a. We have a twin shot already, which is really kind of best in slot for Rama, in my opinion. Stop blocking me, please. There we go. Hello?
You want to go?
That was weird. Yeah, I know some people really like triple shot for Rama too, but I just think like for me the power explosive shot on Rama is so bad. It's so slow. We'll go perfect shot. But yeah, it's just like I just the ability to really like smack down an enemy and just hit him with 2 shots at once with twin shot is just chef's kiss. It's my fave. Dang, I got a discount and I still can't afford anything. I'm broke. I don't really want either of these gods. I guess if I could fight Charon again here, I would. I guess Dionysus. All right, here we go, Yuki. This one's for you. This man did you dirty. I'm here to take revenge for you. Ah! My mortal enemy. Ah! There we go. We'll see if we can get a little Patroclus visit. Patroclus. It's just hard to not call him Patty. I always want to call him Patty. I bought a chaos, didn't I? Did I skip it? Oh, no, it's right here. I was like, where is my chaos that I bought? I think unless Patroclus is on one of these doors, then I think we're going to see a chaos visit. Oh, I was like, why are there so many enemies in this room? It's because we took extra enemies. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of enemies though. Well, actually, I wonder if I'll even have enough health to take that Chaos Gate. We'll find out.
Got some zest. Just what I need.
Oh, Patroclus is here though, so gotta go. The Minotaur angrily walking away is very funny. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, I'm so tempted to take attack dealing 60% damage, but my health is a little low. I suppose I'm a little rusty after not playing for literally almost a full year. Ooh, fountain chamber. Oh, if I knew I was getting health, then I might have taken the attack. I don't have like a dash to damage these little guys. So it's kind of... There we go. Now I'm remembering the strats on how to handle these guys. Let's make them crash into each other. It's slowly coming back to me. Okay. Now we have 74 more waves. First one down. Mark all of the shieldy boys first, because they are a little annoying. Stop! No! Absolutely not. Get out of here. Okay, hyper. This only gives me 20% damage, I think, but I think it's worth it. It's something. There we go. Do I want any of these? Maybe a palm. Sure, give me a palm. In for a big showdown if I see him. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say I'm playing this at like a harder mode than like base right now. So, oh, get me out of that spin radius. Don't want to be there. Oh, he got me. Okay, there's one. No! Please! There we go. Oh! Amy, thank you for the gifts up to Yuki. Much appreciated. And Yuki, I hope you enjoy your new Salem emotes. There we go. There's one down. Good night, Salem. Everyone else, I gotta get some sleep. Oh, Nutmeg, I hope you rest well. Thank you for coming and giving me a chance to say hello. It's good to see you. Oh, what are you doing with your life, Zagreus? There we go. I love the little, like when there's that banner that says like Heroes Vanquish, like the little like golden statues of Zagreus on either side like are very cute. I really enjoy those.
There's my shade.
Gotta thank the shade. The support of shade was just chef's kiss, just a genius move from Supergiant. We don't need a Death Defiance. We're good. I think I'm gonna keep on Charon for attack damage if we find any in the wells, though. The little emotes in the audience. Yeah. Cute. Cute.
What's with the air up here?
There we go. I don't think we got a second hammer, did we? I think we just got the one. What do we want here? Maybe blues in the shop. Ooh, we might be able to get a nice juicy hyper sprint for Hermes now. Not having a dash that does damage, I forgot how kind of annoying that is in Hades actually, because there's so many of these like little enemies that you kind of normally like kite and deal with your dash, like this and the little chariots, but Artemis dash is not good for those. Get me out of here. There we go. Oh, thank you for the posture check, Tozer. Much appreciated. Oy, 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 oy. Thank you. You got a free stretch, an illegal stretch out of me too. Hey, there we go. Nix, thank you for legalizing the stretch. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I figured he might jump out of there. Oh. Please stop jumping out of my attack. Two health in a dream, Jesus. What do you go? What do you mean? What are you waiting for?
That's quite a stash there.
I'm tempted to take Poseidon just to get. Yeah, surely we'll still have enough for Hermes. Yeah, sunken treasure. This is what I was hoping for. It's like I need just a little bit of health so I don't die before I get to the fountain. Hey, if nothing else, we can maybe take that Athena if need be for a... Oh, well, no, we can't get a Death Defiance because we don't have a core boon. It's okay. Stop! No!
Not yet. No way.
2 HP gonna go far. Only health you'll ever need. Turns out that was not the case, unfortunately. And may still not be the case. I'm not... my rust is showing, for sure.
Hey, you Satyr sack already.
Okay. I can't believe we never managed to get a special. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Hyper Sprint. Oh, that's a huge damage increase. Fish for good luck. Needs to play Hades again. Yeah, I had the same issue. We talked about Hades too much, and then I got the itch.
Come on out. Stonewall.
Okay.
Thanks, boy.
All right. Time for a dad fight. Oh, 15 minutes. Oh, that's so long. Oh, my old speedrunning brain is like, why are you so slow now? There we go. It's like, oh, if that hits me while I have boiling blood on, I am rather screwed. Let's get that guy out of the way. Dang it. Almost got him. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, 91 health in a dream. There we go. No worries whatsoever. It was guaranteed. There was never any chance. There was maybe a little bit of a chance. What do we use? 5 Death Defiances? Oh my gosh. Vex, hello! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining the coven. Lovely to have you here, and I hope you're comfy, cozy, and enjoying whatever time zone it is for you. Mwah! Hope you all have or had a good day or night. Thank you. Same to you. Much appreciated. Yeah, Victory, my title I got was Death Defier. Yeah, that sounds right.
So complicated is the path to the well-hidden cottage of
Okay, but now I kind of want to do a Hestia run. Okay, last run. Final run for the night, and then we're going to finish up.
plummeting from off a precipice.
It's just late. It's getting late for me anyway. I gotta try to stay on a schedule. My sleep schedule has been so just atrocious lately. I mean, like bad. Probably like maybe some not the worst it's ever been, but getting close to it. Oh, my boy, thank you. My heart is refreshed. Decided to follow before I go to sleep since it's 4:30 a.m. Good night. Oh, well, thank you for the follow, and thank you. Hope you enjoyed hanging out. I hope you get some good rest. We'll try to send some good dreams your way. At least you're not sleeping at 10 a.m. Yeah, it's bad. I keep waking up at like 5 in the afternoon, and I'm like, oh, this is not the time people should be waking up. Okay, so yeah, we'll take out Hestia because I got I don't like. Do I like reload here? I'm trying to test my keybinds to figure out if I like where I have the reload button bound to. By default, okay, actually that's a hot tip for anybody who plays Hades. All seven people left in the world that are playing Hades. So the default button on reloading the rail is bad. It's a really bad placed button. So there's not necessarily like a right button to bind it to, but I think the default binding is like L3 or R3 on like, at least on a PS4 controller is what I'm using. I think on Xbox, I think is bad too. I think Xbox controllers also have a bad binding. Yeah, I would just like try and move it more to like one of like the bumper buttons on the top of the controller rather than like the trigger button on the joysticks. It's so much better. Cause like having that anything that you use normally on those like L3 or R3 buttons, it's just it's a bad button. And I hear a lot of speedrunners and stuff say they wish that Supergiant had changed that because it is not new player friendly. It's a weird button to have your reload on. Like summon on R3 is fine because you're not using it often. It's just like when you are using it, generally you know when and where. You're kind of more prepared for it, and it's more infrequent. I think we want to put it on. I think we'll put it on R1. I think we'll try. It's been so long, I can't remember how I used to have my controls configured. And I think we can put interact on L2. I think that's fine. Okay, that's much better. Much better. Oh, but now my like inspect button is L2. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. I don't have a better arrangement in this moment. I'm not gonna make you guys sit and watch me mess up all my buttons for an hour, but who do we want to put on the attack? It's hard because the big crits are so fun from Artemis. Aphrodite is much more dependable. But we didn't get very many Artemis boons in that last one, so let's go for. Oh, this is weird. My buttons are wrong. I don't know what the right setup for my buttons is, but I know it's not this. Do we want to do anything else? We'll maybe bump the heat up just a little bit. Jury summons. 1 is fine, I think. Why don't we throw on extreme measures on the dad fight, just for some funsies? I'll probably die to it, but because I don't do the dad fight very often, so. Oh, ugh. Yeah, my buttons are messed up. I don't like this. I'm sure I'll get used to it eventually, but having the interact button on L2 is really weirding me out. Oh, I forgot. Oh, this L2 thing. Ah, you're going to have to hear me complain about it the entire time. I'm so sorry. Okay, and we do have chaos, so we'll know we'll be taking that. Assuming we have the health for it, of course. Gonna go to bed, have a good rest of the stream. Oh, Curse, thank you so much. It's good to see you. Hope you rest well. Oh, I don't like these hammers. Seeking Fire, I suppose. If it has to be one of these.
Let me have it.
I'm sorry, I gotta fuddle around with the controls again real quick. Call, because this is not correct. Interact needs to be R2. So what do we want to put the call on for the call? I think L2 would be okay for the call. I just don't like it for interactions.
Interesting.
Dash strike, it's pretty good. I got movement damage though. Oh, okay. I think I used to have. I must have had it out on R1 before. Oh my gosh, this movement speed is very slow. Chaos was not kidding about that one. You know, what was the... I'll have to wait until after this chamber to check, but I didn't even see what the move speed reduction was. I just took it. Ah! There we go. Ah! Yeah. Sorry, this is just... The stream is now just converted to me complaining about my button layout in Hades. Oh, I keep using the wrong dash button too. That's the secret. You got to talk about all the things that aren't working for you. That way, at the end of the run, when you lose, you could say, "Oh, yeah, see, it's the buttons. You know, the buttons were just so bad." I think with the dad fight, I think I actually will take Athena here if I can figure out how to press the right button.
Take care of this.
Ready, Lance?
Take it away.
Why is the slow walk on Zag actually really funny? It is kind of funny. It do be kind of funny. How slow is this move speed reduction? Minus 60%. Jeez. I must have used to have the interact button on R1 because like now it's just like no, I kind of wanted the dash. The dash. All right, the special, I guess. But yeah, because it's like every time I go to a door or go up to a boon or something, I'm just like automatically hitting R1, and that is not the right button. Too much muscle memory taken over. There we go.
My chaos boon switched to a new effect.
Okay, you know what? How about we do this? Last time I'm going to this menu, I swear, I promise. I'm so sorry. Okay. Boldy is the smart choice, but I want these boons. I want these boons. Okay. Now that I'm reloading and hitting doors and stuff, now this feels better. Okay. This is where we belong. This is where we live. Dash for sure.
Good shot.
Had to do it, Artemis.
It's so funny with Artemis's trials because there is apparently like something with it where you can actually stand in one place the entire time for the trial. Like if you don't move from where you start, Artemis won't hit you at all. And it's very funny to watch, especially just like considering her theming as like the goddess of the hunt and then just she cannot hit you. It's very funny. There we go. Now we got a dash that does a little damage too, so we'll be a little better in Elysium and Styx.
So you survived. So what?
Hunter's Mark, very good. There we go. Enemies to see the slow walking thing will be an easy kill. It's very with Zagreus coming in, it's very no, you are already dead. Little fist of the North Star action going on. There we go. Got a little health. Probably needed that. There we go. Oh, my voice is starting to give out a little bit. Oh my gosh. Tried to say something there and just like felt like half of that word didn't come out. Posture check and stretch. Thank you very much, Amy. I'm a little crunchy, so I needed that. Appreciate it. Hydrate, redeem. Has been 4 hours. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Oh god, yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. Jeez. I didn't realize that.
Ah, yes. I have returned. You could use some. Think you can beat me?
Yeah, I've been desperately trying to stay on like a good schedule and it just has not been working. Dang, I was hoping to see if we could steal all of Thanatos' kills. I love being toxic to Thanatos. There we go, there we go.
I'll to eat.
Hmm.
Popped
fish.
Hold nice and still.
Let's keep this between us.
Well, see you.
There we go. Oh, not a perfect catch. Not a perfect catch. Throw it back. It's not even worth it. Did we miss the... I think we missed the mid... I think I took something else over the mid shop. I could be wrong. After you deflect, gain 20%. Okay, that's... Yeah, I'll take that.
What else is there?
Oh, no hyper delivery. Dang. Alright, I guess more dashes. Do I need that food? No, absolutely not.
Hope I didn't keep you
Nope,
waiting, ladies.
the boy wants in. There we go. We have company now. We have our good luck charm. Oh my gosh, we hit the... I'm starting to hit the deadline? Jesus. It's quite slow. There we go. There we go. I guess that's kind of what you get when you take Artemis for this, though, when you're just going after like the biggest number, not necessarily consistent damage. Although Deadly Reversal, I think, will help quite a bit. Binks, you always try and go to the place that you want, the one place you shouldn't be. He just always really wants to get up on my windowsill in my room. And my windowsill is like right behind where my computer desk is. And he's tried to actually like come down from the window by climbing directly onto my very cluttered desk with all of my streaming equipment on it, which is a bad time. But he wants to be up at that window so bad.
Might help. Damn it, can't get that.
Yeah. We're good. We're good. Ready to go.
Tartarus.
Orinthia, I hear cat. Yeah. That's my boy. That's Binks. He's just hanging out. I'm hoping maybe it's nap time for him. To be fair, this actually probably would have been a really good build to use Artemis's dash on as well. But I didn't want to do the exact same build that I literally just did, so... We'll just take a greater haste, I guess. Just a greater haste. Take a little level. Nice stream you got going there. It would be a shame if someone sabotaged it. Yeah, that's sort of his job. Binks is the professional stream sabotager. The saboteur. Divine Flourish. I will not be using my special boon probably at all.
Course is set.
We'll get a pawn for the attack, sure. It is always kind of funny, like the rare times that you don't get a mini boss coming out of the shop like that. It always feels a little funky. Hello? Hello, enemies. There we go. Jeez. So lonely. There we go, there we go. Now we're picking things back up. Yeah, I think I want Ares here. I saw damage of 666. Yeah, I've seen that a few times. We got the thematic damage numbers going. I actually need something else to get privilege status going on these guys. So I realized I'm not applying many status effects. Everybody's in the way of the crystal, I can't hit it. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Battle Rage on Hestia, very, very good. Oh. Oi, 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 oi. I'm so excited for this stupid League stream later. I was just thinking about it. It's gonna be a wild time. I'm excited to see how it goes. It'll be fun to play with Tycho at the very least. That we know for sure. Zetter, hello. Did I summon you talking about League?
I'll just take that.
I actually don't. I don't know if you play League much. I know like more about like Overwatch with you, but I don't know. Are you a League player? Do you go there? But it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. League, ew. I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure. I kind of want to save my money. How many times did I tell you, chat, you're sorry? None. Not allowed. I asked for this. That's a toxic game, Infinity Stone. I will never collect, not the toxic Infinity Stones. I'm doing good. I'm having some fun revisiting a classic, you know. Been nice actually streaming tonight. I feel like there's something I'm missing to this build because I feel like it normally does a little more damage to this, and I don't know why. It feels it's been a long time, so I could be misremembering, but it just feels like there's something I'm missing. Some like piece of the build. There we go. Thought we could be friends with it. You said Lee and fun. Well, I mean, it's gonna be a fun time hanging out with our buddy Tycho. The League part is extraneous. It's always a good time hanging out with Tycho. What do we want here? Yeah, I'll take that 30% damage with Charon. Sure. I should take a defensive keepsake, but I'm not going to. Because all the fun is the fun is dependent on how hard on how big your attack number is. The bigger your attack number, the more fun you're having. That's how it works, right? I don't know if there's even really any good hammers for Hestia, like anything that's really game changing. But I also don't really need any more palms, so sure. Learning how to play League is more fun than actually playing League. Something theory versus practice. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I feel like for some reason it's taken me more effort to kill things than I thought it should. Can't contain my swag and gesture like whimsy. And I would never want you to. I would never ask you to do that. Really did not get any boons that did anything for the attack really here. Can Zeus do anything? I guess Zeus can do a little bit. There's a couple things. Zeus's call is really good, but I don't know if it would be good here since we're attacking kind of slow. We're not building call very much. There we go, almost a 2,000 hit there. Nice crits. Lightning reflexes and then maybe hoping for jolted is probably about the best that Zeus can do. Oh, I think I know what I probably should have got. I should have grabbed like a... I know why it feels weird. I think for Hestia, the play is usually getting like Poseidon Dash, because with Hestia you don't have any AoE damage. So you know you can hit like one enemy really hard, but you're not like there's really no AoE whatsoever. Dang, no butterfly ball again. But there's just no AoE whatsoever. So it's just sort of like when you're dealing with hordes of enemies, it kind of is a little bad. Ah! Kind of going with the Yuki strats there. Oh. There we go. I kind of did that Meg weird, but it hit, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, we'll just take an extra Death Defiance. I think Athena's kind of out of stuff that we really want now, so. Yeah, I think normally people take like Poseidon Dash and stuff on Hestia. I think Athena Dash was maybe a little being a little too cautious. Kind of made my damage output suffer. No. There we go. I've used my special exactly once during this now. Max life, would love a little hell. I don't think there was any wells in here. I could try for another Death Defiance from Athena, but I think I'm just gonna go to the shop, see if I get some health. I got plenty of money. Oh, this is a mid shop for some reason. Anyway, I thought this was the final shop. Yeah, I don't want any of that. I don't really want any of that either, but I guess that's what I'm getting. Okay, Patroclus, hello. Hello. When nobody else is here for me, I know Patroclus is here for me. We have 2 Death Defiances, so I think now I just want more damage. I just want big number. There we go. There's the numbers that I was looking for. Probably won't be able to carry it to the dad fight, but it's alright. At least I got it for Elysium. Big funny number, go burr. Absolutely. Ah! I'm noticing a trend, both in this game and in Death Must Die. I had these ranged weapons, and I insisted on continuing to get right up into melee. I'm noticing that I'm kind of using weapons wrong. Congrats on League Brain Rot. Well, I'm still in roguelike brain rot. No League brain rot just yet. We're just trying it out. It's for the fun. It's for a bit that went too far. But we'll see. But good night. Thank you for stopping by. It was nice saying hello. I do that in League? Did I really? I guess I did kind of like every time that I was like at like a tower, I kept trying to go like as far to the opposite like enemy side as possible. It was a bad choice every time. Hear me out. Full dash build, no main weapon damage, just AoE constant damage. It's surprisingly doable. I've seen quite a few creators do like dash only challenges, like, and because Poseidon dash is so crazy strong. Like Poseidon dash kind of trivializes the game a little bit. Sure, I'll just take health here. Yeah, just getting Poseidon dash and stacking palms on it is quite intense, quite insane. Oh, dang.
Not so fast.
Hey, that was a nice crit. I keep hitting their hunter's mark with my dash, and that's not the ideal. That's not quite how I've been hoping for it to happen. Still can't believe that bit led to this. I made that one joke. Yeah. It kind of, me and Tycho started talking, and it just kind of snowballed. I was like, hee, wouldn't it just be so funny? Wouldn't it just be so funny? I need to take, what do we want to take? Because this is extreme measures for so we'll take the tooth, I think. Do I have to do an ASMR stream now, or is this play Hades? Hey, dealer's choice. ASMR Hades. I feel like the what do you call them? Like the diagram of people that play Hades and also enjoy soft like VA ASMR. Oh dang.
Oh well.
Got too trigger happy. But that definitely feels a little bit like a circle. There's definitely a lot of overlap, I think. So I think that feels like a very natural and doable combo.
Not yet. It's no use.
All right. We do be getting some crits.
What sort of terrible snake stone is that?
There we go.
Should fetch me something.
Oh, there's a well up there, I think. I did not check. Did not see it in time. It is always kind of funny getting crits off like by accident on those little rats, because I think they are literally programmed in the game as having 1 health. And so then when you do like 1,000 health, it's just like you've been obliterated. You've been blown out of this universe. That is just such an incredibly insane amount of overkill damage.
The power of the gods.
Battle rage, actually, I think that's a pretty good one.
Going back. Chow time, boy, you
Okay, so what do we want to get here? I think probably Jolton and a Palm.
gods grant me strength.
Yee! Love that it let me hit up Jolted right away. Game knows what's going on. Game knows the strats.
I can go.
I haven't done extreme measures for Hades in truly so long.
I see its timing.
How many Dust Defiances do I have with the tooth? I think 2 in total, maybe? Yeah, I don't know if I see much of a chance for this one. Did I didn't meg him yet, did I? That was kind of a waste of meg. Should have waited until later. Should have waited until I had all these ads, actually. That's what I should have done. Ah! Ah! Where is this stone? You disappeared. Why? Please stop hitting me with boiling blood. Please stop hitting me with boiling blood. Or just hitting me in general.
Not yet persuaded to go back, I see.
Ooh, these are bad ads. Ah! Get me out of this nightmare. No! I couldn't even get to I probably won't even get to the 3rd phase, to be honest. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll try. We'll try for third phase. Ah! Thought I timed those dashes right, and I did not. I feel like Hestia does fall off a little bit in the kind of in the later in the late game. Ah, dang. I was trying to destroy those healing pots, but yes, okay. We're rusty. We're rusty. We're not the speedrunner we once were, and that's okay. You don't play a game for a year and it's bound to happen. Ooh, the bros having a little conversation.
Looks like you have everything under control. Nice work, Hypnos.
Thanatos, he's so nice. He's so... yeah, he's so cute. I love him. Let me smooch him. Super Giant, please give me the Hypnos DLC. Hypnos Romance DLC when? Oh, still can't get that. All right. I think we're gonna start finishing up there. I think that's where we're gonna call it for the night. There we go. So let's go see who we're gonna raid. It was fun though. It was fun getting back to back into Hades a little bit. Back into we're just gonna, this is technically the wrong screen, but we're just gonna have a little moment here. Let's see. Good night or morning. Technically morning, I think, but you know, who's counting really? Who's deciding that? I think right now I am, so I'm gonna say night. If you haven't slept yet, it's still nighttime. All right, I think I know where we're gonna go. We're gonna go say hello to a friend who was just in here a little bit ago. We're gonna go. Let's see. Seems like possibly a little bit of karaoke stream, maybe? Possibly? Not sure what they're doing, but we're gonna go say hi either way. For those of you who would like to join in, if you join us in the raid, you do get some channel points that you can use to spend on tarot card redeems, and give you little readings, or for ASMR redeems, for just some fun stuff. If you would like to join in, you'll get some extra points. But if you are headed to bed or off to other adventures, I fully understand, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. If you would like to see my new ASMR video that is coming out tomorrow at 12 p.m. on YouTube, and then all my Twitter, all my other stuff, all my socials are in my link there. Would love to say hello to you on other platforms. And we will be live again tonight, playing some League with Tycho. Would love to have you here because that is sure going to be a hot mess. So let me get a raid message going real quick. All right, so if you would like to raid, here's our raid message that we will be using. If you are a subscriber, you already have the Salem Sparkle emote. If you are not and you would like to join in the raid, you can use 80 channel points to choose an emote to unlock in the redeems, and you can redeem the Salem Sparkle emote, and we could all sparkle together. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. It was a wonderful time. I really had a good time with Death Must Die. It's a very fun game. And it's hard to even figure out exactly what it is because there's a lot of those sort of survivor roguelikes. And there's just they all do kind of start to blend together, but there's just something about this one that feels very very fresh. I don't know. It's just very, very well done. It's like it doesn't feel like it does anything particularly original. I don't mean this in a bad way, but all of the things it does, like it doesn't try and reinvent the wheel. It just polishes all of the little things that it does have. So they all feel for an early access game, I think feels very good. All right, so why don't we go start getting ready to say hello to our good friend Yuki. Once again, thank you all so much for being here tonight. I am looking forward to seeing you guys tonight. Hopefully get to say hello to you again. If not, I hope you have a good day, good night. We'll also be live tomorrow night with some ASMR. So if I get to see you then, I look forward to it. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful time zone. I will see you all later. Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah.